Because Cyndi Lauper was born. 69. Nice.
Yeah. That song, so Cyndi Lauper felt that if she sang it with kind of a mushy, not very enunciating, not enunciating the words very well, just kind of, and yet kind of hard to understand, she thought maybe she could cover up the fact that this is a filthy song.
Yeah.
It's just absolutely dirty. About as, I'd forgotten it, and I looked it up right in the beginning of the song. She mentions Blue Boy magazine. And I just looked it up here on Wikipedia. I thought, oh, I know what that is. A gay men's magazine with lifestyle and entertainment news, nude and semi-nude men. And so apparently, I mean, it was designed for the gay audience, but apparently Cyndi liked to look at those pictures. And
Good for her.
And fiddle around. Who are you?
Hey, it's me, Nick Davis.
What are you doing here?
I showed up.
I told Katie yesterday to call you and tell you you're fired. Nobody does anything I ask them to do.
Was that after all the texts I got saying, "Where are you?
Yeah.
We need you."
Yeah.
We were just concerned that you might have died or something.
Yeah.
That's all.
It was a mix-up. Katie thought she'd contacted you and didn't. Is that what happened?
I think so. Okay. Yeah, it was. I gotta say, it was fun waking up because it was kind of. Have you ever had the dream where you thought you missed the math test?
I'm having it right now.
Yeah, it was like that, but with the show that you listen to every morning.
Yeah. Anyway, back to Cyndi Lauper.
Yes.
I was just watching the video too and a lot of it takes place at a drive-in. Like a
drive-in movie theater?
No, a hamburger place, with the car hops and stuff.
That doesn't seem like a place that would be conducive for
it doesn't,
the activities described in the song.
Yeah, I'm not sure why. As I'm trying, she's good.
She's really good. Always has been.
I think True Colors is one of the most touching songs ever. It makes me tear up every time I hear it. You know these songs at all, Nick?
I know Girls That Want to Have Fun and Time After Time. I would say that's the only two Cyndi Lauper songs.
Did you like She-Bop? Did you like that?
Yeah, that was great.
I'll give Bill a tissue.
It really is a sweet song. And it's very apropos for today. I saw her in concert at the Weber State, and it was I went I think I went because of the radio station was sponsoring it. I didn't.
You were supposed to interview her before or after.
Yeah, and I had some people that I was going to take backstage to meet her, a bunch of listeners, and I didn't really care too much to do it. I didn't, but then I sat and watched the concert, and I went, "Holy hell, this woman! She doesn't stop moving."
Nope.
Doesn't stop. I mean, she was just all over the place, dancing and swinging on things and singing, and then we go backstage, and she's obviously exhausted after 2 hours
of all that,
of doing all of that, and she couldn't have been more gracious and kind and sweet.
Even with you just bringing this whole posse of people.
There's like 12, oh, hey, can I have an autograph? And she was just perfectly nice, and it was very impressive.
Her debut album, She's So Unusual.
Yeah.
May not have been her debut album, I don't know, but it was that was the one that broke her.
Mm-hmm.
That whole album is quite good.
Yeah.
It's got a lot of good tracks on there.
I still love True Colors, even though it was ruined because I think Kodak.
It was ruined?
Kodak used it as for film or color film or something. Back when there was film that you took color pictures with.
People
in a
still
camera.
use them.
I would say most people don't know what film is anymore.
They like the
digital.
What's people like the photos
Polaroid?
where you take. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Those are still a really big hit, and they charge out the nose for all the materials you need for them.
Yeah. Yeah, to buy the cart. It's like a cartridge you put in there,
Listen.
and the pictures are crappy.
If vinyl can come back, so can film.
Good. Yeah. I mean, it's people who would say that film development the pictures are warmer and truer.
I think they are.
Yeah. They are, I think.
Yeah.
Well, hello. Hi. Nick's going to fill in today.
I'll try.
That's all we can ask.
Yeah.
Back to the ruining of the song thing. That never bothered me
Yeah, it didn't bother me.
because it was a chance to hear a good song again.
A little bit.
Even
of
just
it.
a little bit of it.
Yeah.
It reminded you that you liked that song.
Yeah.
Like, I think it might have been Kodak or somebody
it was.
that used Picture Book by the Kinks,
Yeah.
which I was thrilled that this Kinks song was being exposed to so many people, and maybe they'd look into it.
Yeah, and people going, "What's that song?
Yeah, what is
That's
that?"
cool."
Yeah, but there's another side to that because the radical other side is now TikTok, where you get 15 seconds of the hook of the song, and then you are never exposed to any other part of the song.
Well, you can then expose yourself to it if you like the hook.
you'd hope
then
that
go
they'd-
find the song.
You would hope, but that's not the case most of the time because sometimes the hook isn't even the main part of the song.
Because that's why Pink Floyd has released their library onto TikTok now.
Have
Oh,
they?
have
Yeah, they've given you permission now to use in your TikTok videos Pink Floyd songs.
Oh my God, part of me is so glad I didn't have that as a kid. I would have just made an absolute douchebag out of myself.
Well, there's still time.
You're in radio, Nick.
you
There's
ma-
plenty of opportunity.
I think you may achieve it before the end of this show.
I think so as well, yeah.
We do have Beat Nick coming
Yeah,
up.
there you go.
So yeah.
Beat Nick. That's yeah.
One thing that we do need though is some must goes. Because we do have things that must go coming up here in a little over a half hour from now.
Yeah, you got stuff you want to get off your chest. Just quickly put it down in an email. Things that you want to leave your life, things that must go. Put it in an email, real quick, put "must go" in the title, and send it off, and we'll read it on the radio. And I bet it'll make you feel better. I bet you.
I'll bet it works.
Yeah, bet you.
Well, mostly.
Let's see. We'll have some Mill Creek coffee here
Yes.
because it is the coffee of champions. You drink coffee, Nick?
I got mine right here.
Okay, that's Mill Creek coffee right there.
I-
Yes, it is, Nick.
It is.
Nick. Yeah. Again, you're in radio.
You gotta learn these
say it's Mill Creek coffee, even if it's not, because they're a sponsor.
It's burning my tongue, my Mill Creek coffee.
Well, that's not
Again-
much
again-
of an endorsement. That's
God, you've got a lot to learn.
I
You're
Okay.
not smooth and oily enough.
let's do that one more time.
in my case, it is actually Mill Creek coffee
Yeah.
in my thermos.
Yeah, I know it is.
My non-Mill Creek coffee is burning my tongue.
See, that's what happens.
That's if you had Mill Creek coffee, it's never too hot and it's never too cold.
There you go.
It's always just right. All right. So send in your must goes. Radio from hell at x96.com.
Yes.
And we'll officially begin the show coming up. And maybe do you want to check in with us?
Yes, check-ins need to happen next.
877-602-9696 is the number you call, and just check in with us. How you doing? What's up? Hey, good morning. Tell us how you are, what you're going to do today, anything you'd like to say or do. Just call us, 877-602-9696, or you can always text us as well, 33986.
BigOTires.com.
You know what I've always said about Big O Tires?
Yes.
They're the team you trust. I've said that for years now.
They should start paying you.
And, well, I think they do. It's true. They are the team you trust. Big O Tires, 60 years in the business. Big O has learned the most important thing in all that time is just keep the customers happy and give them a solid product.
And they'll keep coming back like we do.
Right now, you can save $100 instantly on Big O's newly redesigned Big O brand tire. That includes an all-season tread design and a 3-year warranty on those tires. And I've run my cars on Big O brand tires for years. Like them a lot. I never get anything else. Big O has made it really easy too. To get in there and get stuff done, tires or the other things they do, brake, shocks, struts, alignments, oil changes, and all that. You can make an appointment online. Just go to bigotires.com. They are the team you trust.
Radio from Hell with another list. Because people love a good list. X96.
Now, if this doesn't spur some conversation, we can move to Gina's list. What was your list, Gina? It's the things that you, precautions you take that might kill you, right? That's important information as well. But this is 5 signs that you and your partner are not compatible intellectually. You know, like one of you's
Why
really
did you
smart.
want me to have that?
Like one of you's really smart, and one of you's not so smart.
Not compatible.
Yeah. Now,
You
my
have to
wife
explain
and
this to me, Bill, because I'm not very smart. I need you to.
Okay, well, the list should explain it, okay? But if you have any questions,
okay.
feel free to ask.
Well, let's not forget that Joe is a doctor, and
Yes.
you didn't finish college.
He's a
Why
scientist.
does that always have to come up? Why is that
Because it's true. So
I mean,
here's...
There's
I
lots
feel
of
like
things that
I
are
feel-
true.
Listen, I feel like I can bring it up because I didn't even go to college.
Okay.
All right.
All
So-
right. What's the list?
Here are the signs that you and your partner are not compatible intellectually. Doesn't have anything to do with education, really. It has to do with
All right.
intellectual abilities.
All right, that's different.
Number 1, your partner feels superior and you feel inferior in the bonding. He acts like a teacher all the time when the two of you talk. He always tries to make you realize that you're wrong and that he's right.
No, that's you. You're the one that does that.
I'm,
Of course,
Gina,
we're kind of married, Bill. So
Gina, I'm just asking you to consider these things privately. I don't need you. I don't need you to weigh in. I just want you to think about it. Okay. Number 2, when you two are not intellectually compatible, then you feel bored in the relationship. So you call friends and family members to get the mental stimulation that you're lacking in your relationship. Or you have a
Joey's on
food
the phone
mistress
a
that
lot.
you go out. Or you have a food mistress that you go someplace with.
It's true.
Number 3, people who always feel like competing with each other while having a conversation. Sometimes competition is fun in a relationship, but it cannot be the usual case. It's okay to be a little competitive sometimes, but you shouldn't feel like you're always in competition with your spouse. Number 4, if you can't have a deep conversation at all after having small talk, then there's a big issue in the bonding, which needs to get fixed.
how do you even get to the point of getting married if you can't do that before?
Well, this is I think this is advice. A lot of advice. These are things you should have considered, or perhaps Joe should have considered before he married you. But he was just blind. He was just blinded by your beauty, I think.
No, that wasn't it.
Number 5, the last one. If you need any advice from your partner about something, then instead of giving it, they will start talking about themselves for giving examples on the same topic. When people are not compatible intellectually, they often tend to do this. So it's not quite clear, is it?
No, I don't understand that one.
So,
really.
If you want
Please
some
help
advice,
me, smarter person.
So if you want some advice from your partner, what do you think I ought to do about this? They say, well, here's how I would do it. This is what I would do. I've had this experience, and this is what I do, and this is it's all becomes centric, rather than, well, given your limited abilities, maybe you
You couldn't
maybe
possibly
what you
handle
should-
this the same way I would. You don't have the capacity to deal with this in the way that I would deal with it.
given your small thinking, what I would, So that's your list of 5
Great,
things.
thanks.
Hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Well, wait a second. I got a little bit more.
I can handle things. I'm smart. But dumb, I'm smart, and I want respect.
Yeah, what he said.
Fredo.
Fredo. All right.
You better. 877-602-9696. Carrie has dared you to call and check in. Double dog dare, I believe. Would it be a double dog dare?
I'm saving my double dog.
Okay. So Carrie dares you to call and check in. 877-602-9696. I just implore you to call and check in.
I don't want to have to resort to a double dog.
I don't know. And Nick would just like you to acknowledge his presence.
Every day.
So call.
That's all I ask.
Just call and acknowledge Nick's presence. It'll make him feel secure.
Can I sponsor whatever we're doing?
Yeah, we're going to officially begin the show, so go ahead.
The Young Automotive Group is locally owned and has 25 stores, 8 locations in Ogden alone. Shop Ogden Automotive and Power Sports today, and check out our inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Ogden.
Okay. The moon is 36.1% of full, a waning crescent moon now. We'll have a new moon on January 28th. The next full moon will be mid-July. The moon will set today at 3:11 p.m. Today being Wednesday, it's the 22nd day of June in the year of our Lord Jesus Christus, 2022. And this is the morning show that is pledged to spend as much time as it takes in Texas to help the Lone Star State Loons secede from the Union.
Yes.
We don't want them to be a part of the United States. We don't need them. Let's let them go. You're listening to Radio from Hell, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Nick, your buddy, Nick's your pal, is filling in for Gina Barberi today. She should be back tomorrow, although I'm expecting something to go wrong.
Well, of course.
Because, there are thousands of flights have been canceled in recent days.
And we're talking about Gina.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I fully expect something will go wrong, and she won't be here until Monday, if then.
The La Barberi luck will come through.
Katie, for short, is our fine producer, and she's ably assisted by Miriam and Cameron Diaz. And now, nobody. No. I think people are afraid to call 877-602-9696.
Did I dare them too hard?
I think maybe. Yeah. Yes, Nick.
I was acknowledging your dare thing.
Oh, okay.
I'm contributing today.
By
That's really good.
By going
Yeah.
Good for you.
I was worried you wanted me to do another sponsor just to fill the time.
No.
877-602-9696 if you've a mind to.
Yeah.
But we have some text check-ins.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Davis for president. You're hilarious when you fill in on the morning show. Kill it.
These are the clips that I send my parents.
I was going to say, is that your mom's number? I
Yeah.
think that's your mom's grad school nurse Christopher checking in. Currently walking down a stunningly beautiful street in Wiesbaden, Germany.
Oh, good for you.
Miss you all.
Good for you.
Wiesbaden.
I would like to go to Wiesbaden. I hear they have good Spätzle in
In Wiesbaden. Johnny B checking in, listening while I'm on hold. Put my name in for some concrete. Oh, while I'm on hold to put my name in for some concrete that I've been trying to get for nearly a month now. Adam here. I have a burlap sack and a crowbar that you can use to beat Nick later. Now.
Very good.
It's trivia. Chef Roy checking in. Good morning.
Morning, Roy.
RFH Perry City listener checking in. Nick, you have been acknowledged.
Oh, thank you.
I see you, Nick.
That's all it takes right there. He now thinks he's important.
I would call and check in, but I'm in the middle of underwear breakfast, Andy. It's reference to that drop.
Yeah.
Also in reference to that drop, all the fixins.
All the fixins.
All the fixins
I like that.
is a term I don't hear enough of.
Yeah, it's a term I really... what was that from, by the way?
That is from an old show called Moonbeam City. It was on Adult Swim it just lasted a season.
Oh, now someone has called us.
All right.
It's apparently Matt is on the phone.
Let's go to Matt.
Good morning, Matt.
That is
Nicely done, Matt.
That is Matt. Okay. At least we got a dial tone.
Yeah. We know the phone works.
Yeah, we know it works. Mariah checking in from the parking lot at work. I text check in because I'm a trans woman and I hate the sound of my voice. Oh, Mariah.
Oh,
no.
don't be that
Don't
way.
be that way. Come on.
Don't be that way.
Stand
Go
up.
Come and call us. We know we don't care.
I hate the sound of my voice, and here I am.
I'm afraid to call in. I don't want to get yelled at. Well, then don't do anything stupid.
Now Matt is trying again. Let's see
All
what
right,
happens
let's
here.
See what happens with Matt.
Matt.
Hi.
Hi. What happened
Can you hear
there?
me okay?
Yeah. What happened? You know.
No idea.
Okay.
You know, Katie said that our phone system
Anyway.
has been randomly hanging up on people. So
Anyway, Matt. What?
Well, just first day listening to you guys this week. I'm a volunteer for the Boy Scouts, and I've been out all week with camp out with all the kids, and I kind of had a little COVID outbreak at camp, and that's still a thing.
that'll happen.
Yeah. Do you have fun doing that, camping out with the Boy Scouts?
Yeah, it is a good time.
Where did you
still
go?
do that.
Where did you go? Is it a certain camp or just out in the woods?
Actually, we did go to an organized camp. We went to one called Camp Typhoon that's down by Mount Pleasant. It's down in the central part of our state.
Okay.
And it was beautiful. A lot of beautiful country,
And
our boys definitely had a good time.
and a lot of COVID.
Yep, and a lot of COVID, unfortunately. We always have one boy that's always patient zero. You know, he's last year he was patient zero. This year he is again. So,
The same
gave
kid?
us all COVID.
The same kid?
Yep.
Oh, my God.
So you guys are out there now, or you just got back?
No, I'm back and just heading into work.
I was gonna say if you're self-isolating out there, you may as well get your wilderness survival badge and just throw all the kids out there in the woods.
Nick, Nick here is, I believe, an Eagle Scout. Is that right?
I am barely.
Are you?
Yeah.
Outstanding.
I remember getting my wilderness survival badge. I got in trouble for making a fire out of bug spray and a lighter.
Hey,
out in the
listen,
middle of the
I
woods.
give you points for ingenuity.
That's what I thought.
You know,
But you can't make fires.
Well,
When I
I'll
was
admit to doing that when I was 13. So, anyway.
when I was a scout, I didn't finish my Eagle Scout, but I did get a wilderness survival badge. But my wilderness survival, I did it in the Ogden City Mall.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
oh, it was rough.
I camped out there for a week.
It was rough.
I camped out there for a week. It was terrible. But fortunately, Morrow's Nut House kept me alive with food. So. Matt, thanks for calling us, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
All right, thank you, Matt. It's unfortunate what an all-nut diet will do to you, though.
Oh, boy.
Let's see. Metal Shop Mark checking in. Trucker Mike. Your Amazon Flex driver checking in. Have a beautiful day. I wish I enjoyed the sound of my voice. I'd call. Retired from the military in 29 days. Oh, good for you. All right. Well, let's do some traffic then, if you would, Nick, please.
Yeah, looking across the valley right now, I'm not seeing too many incidents. I do see one southbound near the point of the mountain if you're headed down there, but otherwise green across the board. I'm sure that will, of course, pick up as the morning goes on. But if you see something, feel free to say something. 33986 is the number to do that. That is brought to you by the Young Automotive Group. It's locally owned and has 25 stores, 8 locations in Ogden alone. Shop Ogden Automotive and Power Sports today and check out our online inventory at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Ogden.
All right. We will take a break. We'll be back with big boy news and things that must go all in the same break. Stand by for that.
I'm a bad mom, I can tell you about real quick.
Really?
Well, we know you're a bad mom, but go ahead, tell us.
Quickly, we're at Gray Whale. You can come by and see us, Gray Whale up by the U.
Come and get a first-hand look at a really bad mother.
Yeah, I'm right here. So last night was Country Fair at Festus's school. Now, Country Fair is not like chickens and cows and apple pies.
Yeah, that's why they call it a country fair, because it has nothing to do with that.
No, it's a country fair.
Oh, it's okay. So it's not a country fair; it's a country fair.
It's a country fair.
Australia.
Yeah. Yeah.
What country did Festus have?
He had Iraq.
Oh,
Of course he did.
And so yesterday,
Is that because they knew his father's a terrorist?
no, he has a brother
Oh.
who's serving in Iraq.
Oh, that's okay.
He's been there forever. I wish he'd come back. But yesterday, after school, Festus said, "Well, everybody said they're bringing food." As you know, you have the display board with all your information, and everybody's bringing food from their various
It
countries.
would have been nice, honey, if you'd let me know that
Right.
before, 12 hours before school.
So I look around the house and I see that
Did you have some hummus or anything?
well, the mother-in-law had just come back from Egypt, and she brought this big container of baked goods from this Egyptian bakery, and the container had Arabic all over it, and they were Egyptian pastries. I'm like, that's close.
Wait a minute. If you were to say
Close.
that to your husband,
Well,
your
so-
Egyptian
well,
husband,
He's out of town, I'm guessing.
So that's close, and there's Arabic on it. So you set that on the table, and it'll look
it'll fool him.
authentic.
Yeah.
So we go to the country fair and
The country fair.
and come back, and Joe stayed with the little kids at home while I took Festus to the country fair. And Joe said, what happened to
The pastries
The
that I was so looking
pastries.
forward to eating.
And I said, well, he didn't have any food for his display, and so we took those. And I thought because it had Arabic on it that it would look. And he said, the Arabic that they speak in Egypt is not the same as in Iraq. It's like
Really?
that would be like if you took,
Yeah.
pastries from
Let's take some
Spain
French pastries to a
and-
Mexico
Yeah.
country. Yeah.
Oh, I'm like, they didn't know. Nobody knew. It's Arabic. They don't know what.
Did they not know?
Nobody said anything.
Nobody
Of course
said
they didn't
no.
know. Yeah.
Was he angry at you? Did he get angry?
A little bit. It's like
Dr.
my
Sam
mother-
wants to talk about anger today.
It's like my mother brought these all the way back from Egypt for
For me.
me.
Did people eat them at the
They
fair?
did. They were gone.
Were they delicious?
They were really good. 'Cause
You
they-
don't know. You didn't try
No,
them.
I did.
Okay.
Before anybody else touched them, because then they've got germs on them. So I unwrapped them and tried one.
You have problems with germs?
Yeah.
Oh, like my friend Lindsay. That would be good for you next time we're on. We'll talk about
germs.
Oh, yeah,
I don't know.
Do you wear slippers at home, or
Yes.
will your feet touch the carpet?
No.
She
Oh.
won't walk
Oh.
She won't walk barefoot in a hotel room.
Really?
No.
No. How? And if you're out and about and you need to go to the toilet,
I try to wait.
Difficult.
till you get home.
Hmm.
Difficult.
Unbelievable.
And she's one of these people who opens the door to the bathroom with her elbow.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
Flush with
The
your
whole
foot.
thing.
I'm no fool.
Do you use a straw when you're
Sure.
drinking at a restaurant?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, she's bad.
James.
We're going to have on obsessive
no.
Let's do
compulsive
it.
That's
disorder,
not
I think.
obsessive compulsive. It's
Ah,
being
he's-
cautious. That's
It's Dr.
different.
Sam. You
Cautious?
Yeah.
can argue with Dr. Sam.
Cautious.
I don't think you're going to argue with Dr. Sam.
It looks to be typewritten.
Yes.
Wow.
Typewritten, actual letter dated the 9th of October.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Look
You're
at
a
it.
lucky girl.
Don't you wish you got more letters?
Oh, you bet.
Actual letters?
I sure do. The only thing that could make that
Email
better.
doesn't sound like this.
The only thing that could make that better is if that had been handwritten.
That's true.
Oh, that would have been really special.
Gina, I would ask you to think about a time before cell phones, blogs, Facebooks, and Twittering.
Back a time when people actually wrote
A
letters.
simpler time. We raised our kids in the physical world.
Yeah.
We threw our money away on frivolously silly things. We pursued tangible hobbies, or at least had fun playing. We traveled where we wanted to, when we wanted to. The world was ours for the taking. And we had meaningful conversations with people who were important to us, either face-to-face or on the telephone.
Is this from your first boyfriend?
No. Those people, if they judged us at all, were polite enough to do so in a way that led to improvement.
Okay.
What has changed? Nothing, of course, but the perception is now that we have to record or display every aspect of our lives and activities and do it as quickly as possible.
Twitter.
Does it really matter if you learn that someone took her kids to the park last Tuesday? No. Are a million meaningless opinions any better than a few well-considered ones? No. Must you change your life to fit into the false standard propagated by people you don't even know?
No.
Of course not. The most dangerous trap to fall into is trying to be someone you're not, for whatever reason. For the love of all things irrational, Gina, just be yourself. It's what makes life worth living.
Stop twittering.
Sincerely, Martin Noonzert. P.S. Your bio on the X96 website is not up to date.
As I like to say, any clod can have the facts, but having an opinion is an art.
I guess I need to update my bio.
You know, you should scan that letter and put it on our website.
I should blog and Twitter about this letter.
Tweet.
A blog and Twitter.
Tweet. I'm sorry.
If you use Twitter, you tweet.
You tweet.
But can I Twitter it?
That's something that you should do in the privacy of your own bedroom.
Okay.
It's true. When your husband's out of town.
Some more letters. I want more actual letters sent through the mail.
Well, give your address.
515 South 7th East, Suite 1C, Salt Lake City, Utah, 84102.
If they're handwritten, it's even better. Or even better, if they're words cut out of magazines and pasted onto it. That's great.
Let me just say this to people writing letters to Gina. You may write them. You won't get them. She will.
No.
You're not going to take the time to return them.
No.
Yeah, email's a lot easier to answer. And
But go ahead, send her letters. Try not to use words like nonplussed.
I know nonplussed.
Now you. It sure is.
All right. We got Things That Must Go coming up right after this big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by
Tim Daly has new arrivals daily and pre-owned selection. Over 1,200 used vehicles to choose from. All makes, all models. Think forever warranty. Think Tim Daly.
Bill Cosby in the news yet again. A Los Angeles jury has found Bill Cosby liable in a civil case brought by Judy Huth, a woman who claimed that he sexually assaulted her when she was a teenager in the 1970s. The jury, 8 women and 4 men, awarded Ms. Huth $500,000 in damages. No punitive compensation was awarded. Huth was she first filed a case in 2014 claiming sexual battery and both intentional and negligent infliction of emotional distress. The original filing stated that the incident happened in 1974 when Huth was 15 years old, but the timeline later revised to 75 when she was 16. There was some discrepancy there. She couldn't quite remember. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Through his lawyers, Mr. Cosby has denied all allegations of sexual misconduct. In her complaint, Ms. Huth told of meeting Cosby at a park where he was filming a movie. After befriending Huth and a friend, Cosby allegedly invited them to join him at his tennis club. And from there, Huth alleged the comedian invited them to a house where he served the young women multiple alcoholic drinks and then took them to the Playboy Mansion. Cosby, she said, he knew how old I was, and he assaulted me at the Playboy Mansion. The jury agreed and gave her money. Cosby's attorneys say now this would not involve any jail time for Cosby because it's a civil case. But his attorneys said we're going to appeal this. She won't get a dime. You remember the movie To Kill a Mockingbird?
Yes.
Mary Badham was the person who played Scout in that, the girl, the main character. In 1962. Well, starting Tuesday, Mary Badham will star in To Kill a Mockingbird at the Kennedy Center in the national tour of the 2018 Broadway production.
Oh, really?
Now, I think she's a little old to be playing Scout.
Give her a chance.
Come on, is this an old woman version of Scout?
Really good actress can pull that off.
This is the play that was adapted from Harper Lee's novel and Horton Foote's screenplay by playwright Aaron Sorkin. I went to see the Broadway production, and I was totally overwhelmed, Mary Badham said. It was brilliantly done. Aaron Sorkin is magnificent. I never thought to be a part of it at all. Then they called and kept asking. I was unsure about doing the part. It's been a real learning experience for me. Theater is something totally new to me. I don't think she really does any acting anymore, or much, but she's going to play Mrs. Du Bois opposite Richard Thomas of the Waltons, who assumes the role of Atticus Finch, recently played on Broadway by Jeff Daniels. I just saw Richard Thomas in something where, it's Ozark. He's in Ozark and in a role where he is just the most awful human being you can possibly imagine. Oh, if you go to x96.com/live, you can see a picture of Mary Badham as Scout in 1962 and To Kill a Mockingbird. A movie beloved by many. This really shocked me. It says here that a Florida man stole $12,000 worth of clothing from a Ross store in central Pennsylvania. And I'm surprised. I thought if you took every stitch of clothing out of a Ross store, it wouldn't amount to $12,000 worth of clothing, would it? No. It's Ross Dress for Less for a reason. Afghanistan, at least 1,000 people killed and more than 1,500 others injured after a 5.9 magnitude earthquake hit a remote mountainous region. Isn't everywhere in Afghanistan a remote mountainous region?
Basically.
Southeastern Afghanistan near the border with Pakistan early Wednesday. The quake struck about 28 miles southwest of the city of Khost. Well, you know where that is, a provincial capital in the country's southeast. The earthquake was about a depth of about 6 miles, and it was big. Some of the areas hit by the earthquake are in remote, rough country near the Pakistan border. 1,000 people, at least first count, 1,000 people dead. Coronavirus levels here in Utah. You heard Matt, our Boy Scout leader, who just called in. All of his Boy Scouts on the camp out got COVID. 5 of Utah's 29 counties are now at high community level of COVID. Not because of Matt's Boy Scouts, just because. I'm not implying that. I'm not implying that his Boy Scouts are the reason that the COVID level is high.
The bioweapon scouts.
Salt Lake, Summit, Tooele, Grand, and San Juan counties have all been moved up to the CD's highest level. And I will ask Dr. Cobble about this later, but I would assume this is happening because people have let their guard down.
Well, it's everybody.
Yeah.
They've been told, you don't have to wear masks anymore on airplanes. I think that's got a lot to do with it, too.
Yeah. A tornado in Utah.
What?
Touched down in Duchesne County in eastern Utah.
Oh, good for them.
In a report released yesterday, the National Weather Service of Salt Lake said that the tornado hit an area of Indian Canyon in Duchesne County near the summit of U.S. Highway 191 and Argyle Canyon Road. You know where that is.
I've driven that, actually.
It was on the ground for about 4 minutes. traveled 2 miles in that time.
Wow.
Now, that's a pretty remote area, so there weren't structures involved, but it knocked over a bunch of trees.
Mm-hmm.
Peak wind speed of the tornado was 125 miles an hour. Now, we have a picture of something
I know.
at
I
x96.com
was just about to
/live.
point that out.
And I don't know. It's supposed to be the area.
It is the area.
Yeah, but it's,
I'm guessing that's the direction.
I guess so, yeah.
It's hard to describe as we're on an audio medium, but it's just
We're the National Weather Service. This graph means something to us, but nothing to you. Let's release it to the public.
In a powerful and emotional testimony about the sinister results of Donald Trump's attempt to overturn the 2020 election, a mother and daughter who were Georgia election workers described how Donald Trump and his allies upended their lives, fueling harassment and racist threats by claiming that they were involved in voter fraud. Testifying to the January 6th committee in Washington, Shay Moss says she received, quote, lots and lots of threats, wishing death upon me, telling me that I'll be in jail with my mother, saying things like, be glad it's 2020 and not 1920,
You know what
if
that-
you know what I
yeah,
mean.
exactly.
This was a reference, of course, to lynching.
Yep.
Moss said her grandmother's home had been threatened by Trump supporters. Her grandmother's home. Her grandmother wasn't even there.
No.
Seeking to make citizens arrests of the grandmother.
Now, Barney.
No Democratic presidential candidate had won Georgia since 1992, but Joe Biden beat Trump by just under 12,000 votes, a result confirmed by recounts. Tuesday's hearing detailed Trump's attempts to overturn the result via pressure on Republican state officials and the vacillation of Moss and her mother over video supposedly showing them engaged in voter fraud. They have video, and it shows them doing their job.
Doing their jobs.
There was nothing. Now, if you look closely, you can see they've got these USB. No, they don't.
No, that was candy.
They have candy bars. It's not a USB.
But he played that at his rally.
Yeah.
Named them by name
Yep.
in front of thousands of bloodthirsty red hats.
Yeah. The mother said, my name is Ruby Freeman. I've always believed it when God says that he'll make your name great, but this is not the way it's supposed to be. For my entire professional life, I was Lady Ruby. Everybody in the community knew me. She said, I won't even introduce myself by my name anymore.
No.
I get nervous when I bump into somebody I know at the grocery store who says my name. I've lost my reputation, my sense of security, all because of a group of people, starting with Trump and his ally, Rudy Giuliani, decided to scapegoat me and my daughter to push their lies about how the presidential election was stolen.
2 days before January 6th, there was a person who showed up at one of their doors. I can't remember if it was the mother or the daughter, and said, you need to come and talk to me. You're in danger. Come and talk to me. And she said, I'll only talk to you if we do it down at the police station.
Yeah.
All right, fine. I'll meet you at the police station. They went down, they talked, and some of it got caught on tape so we could hear it. This person was apparently one of Kanye West's publicity people.
What?
Who told her, if you don't confess that you did this, there's going to be a problem. You're going to be in danger. Yeah. They wanted a fake confession on tape so that they could play it.
Yeah.
Did he didn't introduce himself as Kanye West?
No, it was a woman.
Sorry.
But they found out who this person was later. And it was one of Kanye West's former publicity people.
Great.
Yeah.
And then the president is DDoSing grannies on top
Yes.
of all this?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
Arizona House Speaker Rusty Bowers testified
Yes.
in front of the January 6th committee on Tuesday that former President Trump and his attorney Giuliani and also Representative Andy Biggs of Arizona all reached out to him about not going forward with certifying the 2020 election. Mr. Bowers, who is a Mormon, member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, said, I'm a Republican. I'm a staunch Republican. I believe, though, that the Constitution is divinely inspired. And I can't go against the Constitution. I can't go against my conscience. You know, Mr. Bowers, you ought to sit down and talk to your buddy, your fellow church member, Mike Lee.
How about Mitt?
Senator
Yeah.
Mike Lee. And then finally I
Yes.
think we need to end with this. Good news. Not only is Tuesday the first day of summer, yesterday, but yesterday was also Aggie Ice Cream Day. Now, I think every day is Aggie Ice Cream Day, but it was officially sanctioned by the state of Utah. Governor Spencer Cox, who went to Utah State University, signed an official declaration that designated June 21st as Aggie Ice Cream Day. 100 years of making Aggie ice cream. Since 1888, the Aggie Creamery has been teaching students how to make dairy products at USU, originally called the Agricultural College of Utah, and it began selling ice cream there in 1922. So that's 100 years of ice cream, Aggie ice cream. And it's good ice cream.
Yeah. Well, never forget, the Radio from Hell taste test proved it to be the best tasting ice cream out of all the college ice cream.
I think we just sampled BYU and Aggie.
Those were the top two. So that's,
And Aggie ice cream beat
better.
Beat them all. Yeah.
All
right, that's it.
Sports, weather, traffic.
Sports, lot to get into, recapping the big events that happened on WWE Monday Night Raw the other day. Of course, Bobby Ashley interrupted an Austin Theory pose down. Elias hit Kevin Owens with a guitar. All these events leading up to Money in the Bank. But, of course, the big question is, I should say, Vince McMahon made an appearance, of course, talking up the history of Raw before hyping up that John Cena would appear on next week's show. Just as he did on SmackDown, McMahon appeared to be making a point to show up and make sure his face was on TV during the investigation into allegations of misconduct involving hush money paid to a female employee with whom he had an affair. I don't know how this is going to affect the Money in the Bank event going forward.
Care.
But
well, I think the money part answers that question.
You're probably right about that. Weather, Bill was talking about the first day of summer was officially yesterday, and it is reflected in the forecast because 90 as a high today, and it's just going to keep climbing over the next few days. As we inch towards the weekend, we may get as high as 93, 94, but it's just sunny the next little bit.
All right.
Enjoy it until, everything dries up and dies around you. Traffic, looking at that, it seems that we don't have any incidents at the moment besides that one by the point of the mountain that I was referencing earlier going southbound. But hey, I don't see everything out there. You do. If you see something, say something. 33986 is the number to do that. And it's brought to you by, for over 65 years, we have been a part of your community. While our name is changing, our commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First, YouFirstCU.com.
Thank you. Things that must go now, brought to you by
nobody.
All right, if you say so.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
These are things that are bugging you, friends of the program, and you send them to us. radiofromhell@x96.com is the email address. You put must go on the subject line and send it off, and if we read it on the air, maybe it'll make you feel better about yourself. I'll start today. I got a couple of my own. And these both concern obituaries, which I read religiously on the weekend. When you are doing pictures of the deceased, and you decide you're going to do a young picture and an old picture, that's okay. Always put the young picture on the left and the old picture on the right.
Of course.
Not the other way around.
Why would you do that?
I don't know, but I've seen it a couple of times, and it just ticks me off.
They could have Benjamin Button syndrome.
And then finally, and then this one, in an obituary, never, ever use the term predeceased. He was predeceased by his parents. He was predeceased. No, don't use that word. It's a stupid word. Just say, his parents died before him or whatever, but don't say predeceased.
All right.
Let's see. This one, feel free to use my name. It's Joe. What must go is the continuation of misinformation about the COVID vaccine, especially for kids. I took my 5-year-old daughter to get her second dose yesterday, and as we were leaving, some neighborhood girls were coming over to ask her to play, and she said, well, I can't play because I have to get my second shot. And one of the friends said that she and her sisters weren't allowed to get the COVID vaccine because they couldn't have babies.
Oh,
because if they got it, they couldn't have babies. I calmly explained that was a myth that had been debunked and had no basis in fact. Well, the friend responded that it was her mom's choice that they not be vaccinated. And I said, well, that's fine. That's her choice. This is mine. And then we left. While I respect a parent's right to choose what they feel is best for their child, their decision should be based on fact,
Yeah.
not on disinformation spread by those who do not know what they are talking about. This one from Please Don't Use My Name. Weather reporting, if you're not, Gina Barberi must go.
Huh?
Gina has been recognized for her weather reporting, and she is who I listen to for weather.
True.
What I don't need is to have every person who walks by my desk declaring the current conditions. My desk is at the front of the building. I have windows on all three sides and Radio from Hell playing on my computer. It's just not necessary for every person who walks in to tell me, hey, it's raining. One coworker makes a point at least 10 times a day to walk up front, look out the door, and tell me, hey, it's raining. And I say, yeah, still. What he's saying is not new. It's not helpful. It's boring and repetitious. Please make him stop. And then finally, this one. It says, good morning. Please don't use my name. My thing that must go. People who think that self-checkout is for 60-plus items. Please, for the love of God, use common sense. Sadly, there's no such thing anymore. And have some courtesy for a change. People going through checkout lines talking about how great Trump was. He's a con artist, for hell's sake. That must go, too. Thank you.
Okay.
Carrie?
All right. A couple from the foot of Mount Doom. People that say, I'm not going to lie, or to tell you the truth, when there are no stakes involved.
Yeah.
You know, why would you lie about something as trivial as liking teddy bears or hot French fries? I'm not going to lie.
I'm not going to lie to you. I love French fries.
Yeah. So there's that. Oh, also, my dog Ripley insisting on fresh water every time she takes a drink of water. She's gotten to this point now where she will just sit and stare at the bowl. And it's like, you know what this means. I need fresh water. Okay. But this is every time she decides to take a drink. I don't know what's going on with her. Anyway, this one from does not say I can use the name, so I will not. Good morning, Lords. Things that must go. The fact that I am not living in the home I purchased over a year ago due to flood damage. Dealing with multiple contractors and insurance representatives has me one step from tearing my hair out. Every time I feel like the end is in sight, a new issue pops up. The current flavor of the month is mold growth. Ooh. Side note, mold experts that cannot pronounce that particular fungi we are dealing with and give information that a quick cdc.gov search disproves.
Yeah, you shouldn't have that.
Please remove this entire debacle from my life and let me live in the place for which I am paying a mortgage. There you go. And this one from Zane. Things that must go. Number one, the 60 question questionnaire for jury duty. How mundane is that crap? Number two, the fact that I laughed when I just typed the word duty. I swear I'm not a child. I'm 37. Travel. I was in Dallas for a week. Flew back here, got in a car, drove home, and then got in another car, drove up to Twin Falls. Needless to say, I'm tired. 4, the 3 a.m. to 11 a.m. shift. Going to bed at 5 p.m. just doesn't work well. And 5, this cyst on my face. It hurts like hell. My sinuses are hugged up, and my whole head is just always in pain. Thank you for letting me bitch, Zane.
Got a few right here. Good morning, Lords and Nick. My thing that must go are testing positive for COVID 2 days before my scheduled vacation and then scrambling to cancel everything before I'm charged. Also losing my sense of taste and smell must go. My morning coffee isn't the same. That is from Heather. And then Peter Built Brian here. My thing that must go is when you're watching short little videos like TikToks and the kind when they show you how to do something, the kind where they show you how to do something, but on one side of the screen, somebody's reacting to it. Why do we need somebody reacting to it? Why can't I just watch what's being done without somebody else's reaction? Because sometimes people, the way TikTok
Yeah,
works,
I know. It's just you're not looking at the right feed. You're not looking at the original feed. You're looking at the guy who's reacting to it feed. Go to the original feed.
Sometimes it gives you that video before the original one, though. I know
Search
what
it
you're talking
out.
about.
Search it out.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
Yeah, no more incidents across the valley besides that one at the point of the mountain that I was looking at, and I don't see anybody texting in, so I'm going to just say it's all good out there.
All right. Easy for you to say.
All right, go ahead and say it.
All right, we will take a break. We'll be back. Boner of the day coming up, along with Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Wendy's for breakfast and late at night. What you need to do right now is download the Wendy's app. It's very easy to do. It's free. And that's where you can get this deal for breakfast this morning. It is the 2 for $3 mix and match deal in the Wendy's app only. Mix and match 2 great breakfast items with your choice of the sausage or bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit or the sausage, bacon, egg, and Swiss croissant for just $3, but only when you order in the Wendy's app. Delicious. I like the sausage myself. I think that Wendy's sausage is the best out there of all of them. And that's only available in the app, so download the Wendy's app and get that. And then when you're out cruising around late at night, you get a little snacky, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You want your French fries. Pull over, hit the drive-thru. The fries at Wendy's are hot and crispy and preferred over McDonald's almost 2 to 1. They're also guaranteed to be hot and crispy. So if you get some that are not hot and crispy, point it out to the people at Wendy's, and they will make you some fresh ones that are hot and crispy.
Okay.
It's Wendy's.
We found a pair, my wife found a pair, I should say, of clown shoes at the DI. A giant
Sad
pair.
dead clown.
I've got a.
That's immediately what I thought was dead clown.
How
I've
else
got
do
a,
they end up
I
in
went
the
right
DI?
to dead
what's
clown.
sad, what's sad about a dead clown? I think it's a day
Well,
of celebration.
Depends on where you find him.
Yeah.
If you find him in the forest, that's kind of sad.
It's a gigantic pair. I think they were. I'll take a picture of them and present them next week.
She bought them?
Yeah, for my kid. Giant pair of they're plastic, but they're meant to be. You can wear them. A giant pair, and I think they're pastel, like baby blue, clown shoes.
Is there a law that says clown shoes should always be red?
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
what I thought.
they're
It
red.
seems to
The
me they
nose
were-
is red. The shoes are red.
It seems to me they were. Yeah. It was,
And was he excited about the clown shoes?
well, thrilled.
Congressman Bozo would like to put forth the following law: that clown shoes will always be red.
You know, I proposed this many years ago. I think we should have a National Clown Day where everyone in the United States, by law, everyone, by law, is required to wear a clown costume. And I mean everyone, from the president to the members of Congress.
You wouldn't do that.
If it was a law,
If it was a law,
You
you
would
have
stay
to.
home.
police officer in your home, people could come and knock, authorities would come and knock on your door dressed as clowns and say,
Clown check.
"Are you? Yeah, exactly. Are you in there? If you're not dressed as a clown, you're
see-
going to clown jail."
You see, this is why Bill would be an excellent Republican. He fails to see the constitutionality. And that's why-
the Constitution is suspended for one
day.
One day, maybe a week. A week.
What is the purpose of everybody being a clown?
It would humble all of us. It would humble all of us. We would all become clowns.
That's why you won't do it.
I can see exactly.
I think National Clown Week, and
Really?
everyone has to dress as a clown for an entire week. You'd have to go to old folks' homes and dress the retirees and the shut-ins as clown. Even if it meant just as something as simple as just putting a nose on them.
Question.
Yes.
What about people in comas?
Yes.
Because they need to be humbled. If you've ever met a bunch of people that are up in
surgeons, people performing surgery, and the patients, everyone. And now a surgeon, he couldn't wear the big dumb gloves, but he could maybe have to have a nose on under the mask. All of that.
All
right. I think I'm gonna. You elect me. You elect me the mayor of Salt Lake. I'll start it in Salt Lake. It'll be Salt Lake Clown Week, and everyone in Salt Lake will have to dress as a clown.
Now, luckily, I live in unincorporated Salt Lake, so
That's you'll be. But if you come into my city,
all right.
No clowning around.
Oh.
All right.
That's where the term clown fever will come from. People who are sick and won't come in.
All right, 7:06. We got Boner of the Day coming up along with Big Boy News.
And Dr. Cabo will be here today,
Yes.
too. We'll talk about any health-related questions. I'm sure, Nick, you probably have a lot of questions relating to puberty. And
Yeah, I
stuff,
was wondering
right?
if you could answer
you
a few
haste-
questions about this thing that I got.
Hasten your puberty and get it over with.
I it's a weird spot and it's moving.
Okay.
Oh, that's not good.
No.
So I went to Snowbird over the weekend, and I hadn't been up there in a long time, and it was just so nice. I had forgotten how wonderful and relaxing it is there.
Mm-hmm.
One thing that makes it so relaxing, of course, is the beautiful scenery and the mountain and all of that, is the people who work there.
Oh, yeah.
They are just to a man and woman, perfectly in tune with what they're doing. It's like they're all pleased to be there, and they're all pleased to be of service to you, but not in an obsequious way, or they're friendly, not overly friendly, but just friendly enough, helpful. Even people you pass, like you'll just be walking around Snowbird and you'll pass somebody who works there, and they'll go, "Good morning," or "Hi," or "How you doing?" And if they sense that you need something or any help, so can I help you with something? Are you all right? What do you need? So it's just great. And so we went to the Father's Day brunch on Sunday, which was in the atrium, and we sat outside. And it was a little chilly and a little windy, but not bad. And we sat outside mainly because this is the only negative about it. We didn't want to hear the singer that was inside. Play a guy playing a guitar and singing, and he just wasn't very good.
A little harsh with your morning mimosa.
He was kind of like, he sounded a little bit like Neil Young or something, and he's just so we're sitting outside where we can't hear him. But then somebody comes and sets up a speaker after a little while outside so that he could be heard out on the patio. Now, if you're going to be that kind of an entertainer, you ought to do songs that are, I don't know, appropriate for that sort of thing. What would give me some ideas?
Watermelon Sugar.
Yeah, or Jimmy Buffett songs.
Yeah.
James Taylor songs.
I suppose.
Things that are just
Simon and Garfunkel.
Yeah, maybe. And so I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden I hear, "Please allow me to introduce myself.
Wait a minute. No.
I'm a man of wealth and fame."
Like one of my favorite Rolling Stones songs.
Sympathy for the devil.
Which is about Satan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who don't know who killed the Kennedys? And and he could, and I said, when he gets to the end of the song, please God, don't let him do the woo woo part.
Oh, he will.
You know how at the end of the song, Mick Jagger goes,
It's a good
woo,
part.
Woo,
Yeah.
woo, woo, and he does that for about 2 minutes.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he will.
no.
Well, he got to the end of the
He did
song. Woo woo.
He did it.
Woo, 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 woo.
Like a soft Bob Dylan woo woo, or
Yeah, just very woo, 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 woo. Yeah, there it is. He did that too. He did that. He went, ah, yeah. Yeah, I forgot. He did all of that.
Yeah, this is not a song I'd
no.
pick for a Father's Day brunch.
I threatened. I didn't do it. I said, I'm going to go in there, and if there's money in his tip jar, I'm going to take it. I'm just going to dump it out and say, you don't deserve this. Hey,
Yeah.
See, he did that too. He goes, hey, baby, what's my name? What's my name?
I mean, don't get me wrong. It's a great song.
you're right.
Oh, yeah.
And it tells a great story.
But you don't want to sing it
But I'm having breakfast.
at Father's Day brunch.
No.
And again, just to set the stage, he's doing it slowed down
Yeah,
and a little bit
acoustic,
soft.
right?
And
Softly.
This is not the song to do that.
No,
This
Here's
is all.
here's the contract. So he wasn't really great, but he was not. But until that point, I didn't really recognize any of the songs he was doing, and that's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. It was just nondescript.
In a situation like that, you're supposed to be background. You're not supposed to be the center of attention.
Well, I was frankly stunned. I went, what am I? Jesus Christ, yeah, he did the whole thing. I said, I think I'm going to go in and request California Uber Alles by the Dead Kennedys. See if he can do that one.
Well, themes aside, there's better Rolling Stone songs to slow down.
Oh, there are plenty.
Well, you could have sung Angie.
Angie would be good. Yeah.
But what's puzzling you is the nature of my
You can't always get what you want. You can do that. Wild horses.
Paint It Black would be better slow than this.
St. Petersburg when I saw it was a time for a change. Killed the Tsar and his minister.
Yeah, there's breakfast fare.
Killed the Tsar and his ministers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Rode a tank, held a general.
Oh, here's a good one.
When the blitzkrieg raged and the bodies stayed.
Enjoy your croissants.
Yeah. I was just I wonder what the thinking was there that
Yeah, I just. Wow.
and it was not even, and it was just a bad version of it to top it off. Anyway, so that was but Snowbird is just terrific, and I'm not slamming Snowbird in any way, shape, or form. This was just an unfortunate choice made by a singer at the brunch.
Brett said it would have been better if it was a Bill Murray type doing a lounge singer part.
I wonder who killed the Kennedys.
Well, see, and that brings up a bigger, Corey brings that up. He says, live music at restaurants, what's your take? And I'm like,
mostly not.
Mostly not.
I find it usually annoying.
Yeah.
Now, every once in a while, there'll be somebody who's good and just kind of in tune with what's going on in the room. I don't know how to describe it.
The one time I enjoyed it was in Aruba, and Sue and I were at a steak place, and there was a mariachi band, and they did Sweet Caroline.
Huh.
And we enjoyed that.
Sure.
Yeah.
And we were, mostly drunk anyway. But, that was fun. But that's about the only time I can think of in a restaurant situation where music, I've enjoyed it.
Now, I used to go to a lounge in Pennsylvania, and there was always, it was Mondays where was Harvey Wallbanger night. So you get two Harvey Wallbangers for the price of one, and you just double fist them. And they always had a lounge singer, and that was usually kind of enjoyable.
Well, were they accompanied by a band?
No, just usually just them with a piano, or maybe there was somebody playing the piano and somebody singing.
Still, it's usually a two-person act. I would say the majority of the time when it's one person, usually with the acoustic guitar, it's, not phenomenal.
Anyway.
Moving on to traffic, talking out loud, killing time as I let the page refresh. And look at that. I don't know even why I did it, because it is still green across the board. But as always, you're out there driving, so if you can do so safely, text me and let me know how the traffic conditions are. 33986 is the number. That is brought to you by Jiffy Lube Multicare. Get services on brakes, batteries, spark plugs, and more. That's a job for Jiffy. Visit jiffylubutah.com for discount services and locations.
Somebody says he should have done Uptown Funk. Let's see, bonus candidates coming up. Here are the ones that you'll be voting for that we have selected for you. Number one, this crook made things real easy for the Cedar City cops. Boner candidate number two, we need to get all of this cleared up so the man can play ball, for hell's sakes. And boner candidate number three, for a limited time, every chair you order will come with a tube of human blood.
All right, boner of the day, big boy news coming up in a bit. Stand by. BigOTires.com.
The team you trust and the tires you trust.
Go to their website, find a location near you. Chances are there is, in fact, even more than one location near you these days because they've got like over 50 of them now.
Over 50 locations of Big O tires up and down the Wasatch Front. There's bound to be one convenient for you. And after 60 years in business, Big O Tires knows what they're doing. Right now, you can save $100 instantly on Big O's newly redesigned Big O brand tire. Now, these are the house brand tire, and they're very, very good. I run them on both of my cars, and I've run Big O tires for years. Also, Big O does more than just tires. Although they do say we have the lowest price on every tire every day, but they also have technicians who do shocks and brakes and struts and alignments and oil changes and all of that. So you can feel comfortable with Big O for all of the things you need for your car. You can make an appointment online. Go to bigotires.com. They are the team you trust.
It's the Utah word of the day.
From what year? Do you have any idea?
1994.
Okay.
Let's see. Here we go.
Today, we examine another group of words used by most Utahns called L words, or words that end in ELL.
Oh, yeah.
And to help you with today's lesson, each time an L word is used in the following dialogue, a bell will sound. Imagine, if you will, our two friends, LeVar and LeGrand, together in LeVar's trailer house. The TV is on. A conversation ensues. Again, these are L words.
I love this TV show.
Yeah.
I am so glad that someone is showing the reruns of McKell's Navy.
Me too. You know, I would just love to set sail with McKell myself. Hey, you remember the one when the wacky crew of PT Boat 73 tried to save that beached well?
Yeah. They had a hard time because of this big storm.
Yeah.
Gale force winds and hell stones the size of golf balls.
Yeah, yeah.
But they saved that well anyway. McKell did not fall.
Well, no thanks to Gruber. Yeah, that was quite a tell, though. Hey, listen, give me some of them snacks, would you? I'm hungry.
Sure.
Uh-oh.
What?
Trell mix.
Yeah.
You're not going to like this, LeGrand, but Trell mix makes me thirsty for just one thing.
You're not going to be drinking beer in front of me, are you, LeVar?
Oh, no. I'm going to have me a glass of L.
L is beer?
Yeah, but this is pretty mild. It's that Pell L from Squatters. It's so mild I can drink a whole bucket of it.
You'd get drunk if you drunk a whole Pell of Pell L. Then you'd get throwed in jail. And I'd have to bail you out. Oh, hey, looky here what I got in the mail. It's a flyer from Deseret Book. It says here that Dan Quell is coming to town to sign copies of his new book.
Boy, the liberals sure rode Bush and Quell out of Washington on a rel.
Sure did.
They fought tooth and nail, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah.
Hey, I hear that this new book of his really lifts the veil of secrecy about Washington life and what really went on. You know, I'd like to see him. What Deseret Book is he at?
Well, the one by that big jewelry store.
Big jewelry store. You mean Morgan's Jewelers?
Nope. Zell's.
There you go.
That's back when we had this theory that we would beat you over the head with comedy. You know, the way to get you to laugh was to beat you over the head with comedy.
Why didn't we ever learn to edit?
I don't know.
That's what I want to know. Also, now, you were shouting, this sucks.
Mm-hmm.
I got to tell you, though, out of all of the Utah Word of the Days, that was the best one.
It was one of the,
Really?
Yeah. It was one of the better ones.
In my opinion, I think that was the best one. Whenever someone says, what's the quintessential episode, I say that one.
I still like Lard Dorothy. That's a gorgeous orange.
I like talking to the manager of the store about the manger scene.
Yeah.
The creche, the manger scene. The manger. I need to speak to the manger about the manger scene.
God. Beat you over the head is right. Even I was getting bored. Sorry, folks. Yeah, that's why we don't do sketches anymore, all right? Anyway.
It's time for Radio from Hell corrections. We correct things that we get wrong, or we like to call this feature, Excuse Me.
Excuse me.
If you go to x96.com/live, you can see Comic Book Guy saying, excuse me, but I don't think that's the case.
I'm here to make the proper corrections.
All right.
God forbid you go throughout life not knowing the right.
Correction number one I have. Earlier in the show, we were talking about traveling in Switzerland and Austria, and Carrie was talking about Lake Luzerne in Switzerland and how lovely that was. And I said, remember when we went to Austria and we were having fondue, and I think I may have said that Austria is the home of fondue. Excuse me, my ears are hurting. Switzerland is home to fondue, not Austria.
They're right next door to each other.
If you had
Almost
fondue in Innsbruck, it's no wonder it didn't go well. Austria is meat and potatoes, not fondue. Excuse me. So thank you for the correction. Switzerland, home of fondue. Okay.
Well, we have another correction.
Yes.
Country correction.
Ooh.
This is another excuse me for Bill. A few moments ago, we were talking about President Trump flying to Scotland.
Yeah.
And Bill said, well, Scotland isn't part of the UK anymore because of Brexit. It most certainly is still a part of the UK. The UK now consists of England, Scotland, Northern Ireland, and Wales. That's the UK now, post-Brexit.
But it's still part of the EU, right?
No.
Scotland? Scotland's
I'm not going to say.
Scotland's not a part of the EU? I think it is,
I don't
isn't
know.
it? And that was part of the deal, was that they had the border in Scotland, and there was part of the contention?
That's what I thought, too.
Well, you were saying Scotland is not part of... Well, now we have to do...
Listen, if this was about the Silver Surfer's real name, I could weigh in.
The people of Scotland voted decisively to remain with the European Union in 2016. The Scottish government was the first administration in the UK to set out a substantive policy response to Brexit in 2016. They have said, we are a part of the European Union.
All right.
So
it's
they're not?
Ireland is part of the EU, not Scotland. Scotland is talking about leaving the UK, as they always have.
Well, they voted to stay with the European Union in 2016. So on December 24, 2020, UK government and the EU announced agreement on core elements of the future. Scottish government has conducted initial analysis agreements, their implications for Scotland. The assessment confirms the Scottish government's long-standing view that Scotland will be worse off outside of the European Union, so they are going to remain with the European Union, which means essentially they're not part of the UK, right? Scottish ministers have consistently highlighted that the UK government failed to engage meaningful with the Scottish government on Brexit. The Scottish government...
EU countries are Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria, Croatia, Cyprus, Czech Republic, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Ireland, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Malta, the Netherlands, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, Spain, and Sweden, not Scotland. Scotland is still part of the
UK. All right.
It's confusing.
And the Silver Surfer's real name is Nurin Rad. Excuse me.
All right.
Was there some question?
Listen, I don't know from Ireland or Scotland. I don't know. All right. But I can help you with this.
All right.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Your Jack Daniels bottle is empty, and you're all out of ammunition. What are you going to do? Well, don't panic. Come on down to Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns. At Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns, that's all we sell, liquor and guns. We feature a full line of liquor from exotic fine wines all the way up to the real hard stuff, too. We also feature a full line of guns and ammo, from small caliber handguns all the way up to semi-automatic weapons. Best of all, you'll get a case of Radio from Hell brand canned chili absolutely free with each and every purchase over $50.
Hi, we're Carrie and Bill.
And we're Carrie and Bill.
We know just how frustrating it can be to run out of liquor or ammo at odd hours.
That's why Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns is only open between midnight and 6 a.m. Monday through Thursday.
And from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
To find Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns, just call 555-1212 and ask for Ricky. He'll arrange to meet you.
Then, after a brief shakedown and blindfolding, Ricky will lead you directly to Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns.
Helping you continue the fine old Utah tradition of getting drunk and shooting up the place, it's Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns for all your liquor and gun needs.
Policy of Truth, of course. 727. Let's get to Boner of the Day. 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one should be Boner of the Day for today, June 22nd, 2022. 22. We'll give you 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
You can wear it or not. It's a Boner t-shirt.
Here's Boner candidate number 1. This crook made things real easy for the Cedar City cops. This past Sunday, a man led Cedar City police on a car chase. And officers saw Jeffrey Thomas Weber drive his white van through a red light on Sunday night. And instead of stopping when the officer flashed his lights and turned on his siren, Mr. Weber continued to drive at high speeds, according to the arrest report. During the pursuit, the officer said Mr. Weber swerved into other lanes several times, opened the driver's side door while the van was in motion multiple times. I believe the suspect driver demonstrated wanton disregard for the safety of himself and others on the road, the officer wrote. But that's not all. Mr. Weber eventually pulled into a parking lot. The parking lot of the police station. The Iron County Jail. Once Mr. Weber stopped the van, he refused to follow officers' commands by getting out with his hands up. When he finally did leave the van, he was detained by several officers who came out of the cop shop to help the officer who had chased him in there. We just went right to the police station. This crook made it really easy for the Cedar City cops. Boner candidate number 1. Here's Boner candidate number 2. You know, we need to get all of this cleared up so the man can play ball, for hell's sakes. Most of the women suing Cleveland Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson have agreed to a settlement. Tony Busby, the attorney representing 24 female massage therapists who say Mr. Watson engaged in inappropriate sexual conduct during their sessions, announced today that 20 of these women, of the 24, have settled with Mr. Watson. Today, I announce that all cases against Deshaun Watson, with the exception of 4, have settled, said the attorney. We are working through the paperwork related to those settlements. Once we have done so, those particular cases will be dismissed. The terms and amounts of the settlements are confidential. We will not comment further on the settlements or these cases. Settling the case is a significant step for Deshaun Watson, as he attempts to resume his NFL career. Now, it doesn't mean that he won't be suspended by the NFL, but they haven't said he will be. What's beneficial for Watson is that the terms of settlements will be confidential, making it more likely that he can stop the flow of negative information that has done damage to his reputation, and he will be able to play ball as a quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. I just say let's make sure we get all of this cleared up so the man can play ball, for hell's sake. Boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. For a limited time, every chair you order will come with a tube of human blood.
Boner candidate number 3 after this big boy news and opinnuendo brought to you by.
Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit our store at 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
When a Utah-made horror movie is screened at an independent film festival this week, people, including the cast and crew that worked on it, will get to see it in a theater for the first time. The movie's called My Heart Can't Beat Unless You Tell It To, is scheduled to open at Davy Fest, which is an annual independent film showcase happening June 23rd through the 26th at Broovies. And some other venues. The horror movie will be the opening night feature. Let's see, what's today? The 22nd. So tomorrow is the first showing. It'll be followed by 3 evenings of local and national short films. Shot in a whirlwind 20 days in 2019, My Heart Can't Beat Unless You Tell It To is about Dwight, who is played by Patrick Fugit, who is originally from Salt Lake City, and his sister Jessie, not his real sister, an actor, Ingrid Sophie Schramm, who are trapped in a never-ending nightmare as they care for their younger brother, a vampire, named Thomas, played by Owen Campbell. My Heart Can't Beat Unless You Tell It To, directed by Florida native Jonathan Kuartis, I think it is, features several locations in and around Salt Lake, including the Great Salt Lake, the Amber Restaurant.
Oh, yes.
They're on, 33rd? And Big Cottonwood Canyon. A lot of the crew is from Salt Lake, as well as much of the supporting cast. Let's see, Curatis is urging and pushing for a Salt Lake City premiere of the film. He has been urging for it. He told Salt Lake Tribune ever since his hopes for a crowded opening night in Salt Lake were shut down, along with theaters in 2020 due to the pandemic. But finally, it's going to happen. And it'd be interesting to see. It's tomorrow night, I guess. I wonder if tickets would be available check with Broovies, I would think.
Yeah.
Davy Fest. I have not heard of that, but apparently it's been around for a while. 2019, he showed a film there called The Horse and the Stag that he had made. Let's see. So you still haven't had COVID, right?
Nope.
Well, experts say that infection is not inevitable despite the surge. Since then, Omicron subvariants have sent case numbers soaring around the world once again, with even some who had dodged the coronavirus for a couple of years getting infected, and some even getting reinfected. That prompted a recent follow-up with the same experts, who this time were asked, for those still uninfected, have the chances of avoiding COVID grown smaller or perhaps dwindled to nothing? With some caveats, the answers remain largely unchanged. While COVID is now harder to avoid, getting it still does not have to be inevitable, at least in the short term. I still don't think infection is inevitable, but the chances of dodging it have gone down since March, said Dr. Bob Watcher, the chair of medicine at UCSF. Watcher reported last month that his wife, journalist and author Katie Hafner, had contracted the coronavirus after avoiding it for more than 2 years, and said last week she has developed symptoms of long COVID. However, I remain uninfected, Mr. Watcher said, and I'm still relatively careful. No indoor dining, KN95 masked indoor spaces. I give myself a 50-50 shot at staying uninfected through 2022. So I got COVID, and I know probably exactly why I did, the mistake I made. And fortunately, it was a fairly mild case. I was still on the radio. I just stayed home and broadcast from home, and and I don't think I sounded horrible or anything.
Nope.
I had a cough, but I am determined to never catch it again. Not because I was suffered so much when I had it. I'm terrified of that long COVID possibility. I could go through what I did. I could go through that again, but the idea that you might get long COVID and have continuing symptoms, that's just terrifying.
Well, it's just a roll of the dice as to what long COVID will bring you.
That's right.
My wife still has fatigue from when we got it back in October.
And you're fine, right?
I'm fine. Yeah. My mom got it around the same time as well, and for a period of time, she would just faint randomly. So it's kind of you don't know what you're going to get with it.
I hadn't heard this story before. Senator Ron Johnson, Republican of Wisconsin, who is just a turd.
Oh, total.
Tried to give false election documents to Vice President Mike Pence just before he certified the results of the 2020 presidential election, according to text messages that congressional investigators released during a Tuesday hearing. Johnson's chief of staff, Sean Riley, contacted Pence staffer Chris Hodgson to say Senator Johnson wants to hand something to Mike Pence. When Hodgson asked what it was, Riley responded, alternate slate of electors for Michigan and Wisconsin because archivists didn't receive them. Do not give him that, Hodgson said. And then Donald Trump sought to deny Biden's election win. His team had asked supporters to falsely claim that they were the electors who represented the state's voters. And Johnson was trying to trap Pence, essentially.
Yeah.
Plant evidence on him. Something on him.
And when cornered by reporters to ask him about this, he faked being on the phone. I'm on the phone. They said, no, we can see the screen. We can see the screen on your phone. You're clearly not on a phone call. And so he had to stop and talk to them and say, I don't know anything about it.
And finally, this story. An auto thief stole a U-Haul trailer being rented by a man who was traveling across the country. And, in this trailer, this U-Haul trailer that got stolen, were the ashes of the victim's mother and grandmother.
Wow. Oh, no.
Jared D'Amato told Fox 4 the inconceivable crime took place after he stopped at a Best Western premiere in Kansas City to get some rest. When he woke up, he realized that the U-Haul had been stolen. And he said, I don't care about anything in there except for my mother's and my grandmother's ashes are in there. Now, if they're that damned important to you, why did you put them in the U-Haul and leave them there? Why did you do that? That's the end of the news.
Weather, traffic.
Traffic. Taking a peek at that for a second. We're starting to see some slowage southbound on I-15, mainly near my own hometown of Kaysville. But other than that, I'm seeing mainly green across the board. I do see a little slowage near Murray going northbound on I-15. Still no incidents to report, though, so if you see something, please say something safely. 33986 is the number at which you can do that. That is it for now. Moving on to weather. Seems we're just getting basically the same old the next few days. About 90 degrees is a high, sunny, maybe some clouds here and there, but it's the start of summer, and the weather is going to reflect that.
All right. Thank you.
All right, here we go with boner candidate number 3. For a limited time, every chair you order will come with a tube of human blood. And that's just what happened. Jen Begakis ordered a leather chair from Amazon. Came to her house.
All right.
She was kind of packaged up, and she opened it up and took all the wrapping off the chair, and then she said there was another package sitting on the seat of the chair, and she unwrapped it, and it was a vial of human blood. She said, if I told you that the leather chair I ordered from Amazon was packaged with a blood collection tube, would you believe me? She said, well, it's true. She has the pictures. Wow. She said, I am not prepared for this. This is awful. Now, why this happened? The Amazon people, the New York Post has reached out to Amazon for comment. and they have no comment at this point. She said, Amazon emailed me last night, and they said, we have expedited to top priority that we will come and claim the vial of blood, but don't open it.
Obviously.
Just boner candidate number 3. For a limited time, every chair you order comes with a vial of human blood.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. The crook made things real easy for Cedar City cops. They were on a chase. The cops are chasing him down and through the streets of Cedar City, and the guy finally pulls into a parking lot, and it's the parking lot of the Iron County Jail.
Yep.
Boner candidate number 2. We need to get all of this cleared up so the man can play ball, for hell's sakes. 20 of the 24 cases of sexual, escapades with Deshaun Watson. 20 of them have been solved, so maybe he'll still be able to play quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. And boner candidate number 3, for a limited time, every chair you order will come with a tube of human blood.
All right, you've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be boner of the day for today, June 22, 2022. 1, 2, or 3, remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth. Katie will take your voice vote live at 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner of the Day, June 22, 2022, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your internet browser. It'll appear. Click, vote, do it. But you've only got about 4 minutes to do it in, so let's go. This is Boner of the Day. Stockton 12 Honda.
Oh, yes. Let me tell you about Stockton 12 Honda. I bought a couple of cars from Stockton 12 Honda in the Southtown Auto Mall, and it's been just an excellent experience both times. If you are looking for a car, be it a Honda or another kind of car, Stockton 12 Honda will help you. Now, Stockton 12 Honda has a large inventory of cars to choose from right now. They are committed to Honda's principles of high-quality products at low prices. And when you go to Stockton 12 Honda, people are smiling. The people that work there seem to like what they're doing. They like to be there, and I think that's because that's just the kind of ship that the general manager, Shane Parrish, runs out there. Always works well. And whenever I go to the service department, again, the experience is just excellent. So Stockton 12 Honda, I recommend them highly. They're in Sandy, Southtown Auto Mall on Auto Mall Drive in Sandy, Stockton 12 Honda.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains, the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find our elders wandering around the streets of the Mos Eisley Spaceport, a more wretched hive of scum and villainy you'll never find. Let's listen. I just don't want to hang around here anymore. This place is pretty creepy.
If we could just find the right parts, I can have your hyperbike making light speed in no time.
Well, where in heaven's name are we going to find parts for a hyperbike on this backwater planet?
This looks like a good place to start.
A cantina?
Yep.
We can't go into a place that serves icky Alderaan ale and icky Tatooine whiskey.
Oh, to heck with the rules. Your hyperbike ain't going to fix itself.
Hey, we don't allow your kind in here.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. We'll just be on our way.
Well, I meant the droids.
Let's go somewhere where we will be appreciated, R2. Oh, don't ask me. I have no way of determining whether or not his parents were siblings.
Hey, Lehigh, check out that cool-looking guy sitting by himself over there.
Which guy?
The one sitting next to that giant furry carpet. He looks like the kind of guy who would know his way around the black market. I'll bet he can help us out.
That giant furry carpet is breathing and just happens to be heavily armed.
Follow my lead. Excuse me, sir, but I believe that you could be of some service to us.
Yeah, what is it, kid? You want to make the Kessel run on the fastest ship in the quadrant?
No, sir. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
He just wanted me to remind you that Wookiees have been known to rip the arms off of missionaries if they stick around too long. So what is it then? Do you need me to smuggle a shipload of Bibles somewhere?
No, but if you need a complimentary copy of the Book of Mormon, we can arrange that.
All I need is a charge blaster by my side. I ain't putting my faith in some hokey old religion.
Well, I believe that you would find the Book of Mormon to be more powerful than any blaster, and it serves to recharge us rather than us needing to recharge it.
Yeah, whatever you say, kid. What is it that you guys came in here for anyway?
We need a plasma inverter for a Mark 32 hyperbike.
You guys got any cash on you?
Cash? No, we don't.
Well, maybe we could work something out. You see that guy by the bar?
The green guy?
His name is Greedo, and he's looking for me. Now, you guys keep him busy while Chewie and I here make a break for it, and you'll find a plasma inverter on your hyperbike when you get outside.
You got a deal. Let's go, Lehigh.
Aiding and abetting suspected felons. Zone Leader Henson will not like this.
Now, maybe we won't put it on our report, okay? Excuse me, Mr. Greedo, sir. Hi, I'm Elder Jensen, and this is Elder Christiansen.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Will Lehigh and Butch ever get the plasma inverter off of this godforsaken rock of a planet? Will Han Solo try to shoot his way out of his neck scrape, or will he try using the Book of Mormon? Will Greedo join the church just to get away from our elders? Tune in next time to hear Lehigh say, I can't believe we got thrown out of a sleazy cantina for bothering the regulars.
Well, beats the heck out of having your arms pulled off by a Wookiee.
On the next eye-crossing episode of Space Elders!
So remember that info because Dr. Cobble is standing by to take your questions about COVID or, doctrine stuff.
Yeah,
whatever it is.
You want to talk about ED? We could do that.
Diabetes, whatever.
Yeah. All right, let's announce the winner of today's boner voting, which is brought to you in part by a dish that I made that did not turn out great.
What was it?
Well, it was cabbage and sausage and beans. And
what was bad about it?
Well, I burned it.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it.
That's bad.
And brought to you by Iconoclad. Sell your pre-rock stuff and keep 50% cash. Check out the new Iconoclad at 855 South State in Salt Lake for Utah's most awarded news, secondhand and festival shopping, and the original boutique at 4th East 3rd South. Keep SLC weird.
Not a lot of voting today. I think the candidates were somewhat lackluster, perhaps. I kind of liked the first one, the crook in Cedar City, who was a car chase with the cops, and he pulled right into the parking lot of the Iron County Jail. Came in second. A distant third was the woman who got a vial of blood.
Really?
That was not. Didn't get very many votes at all. The winner, though, ends up being Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
Got to settle all those sexual harassment cases so he can get back to playing football.
That's your boner of the day for today, June 22, 2022. Now qualified to be boner of the week. Is this sponsored?
No, like medicine stuff.
Oh. Huh?
It's,
He's saying no.
Dr. Cobble is with us. Dr. Michael Cobble. He can answer your questions about COVID vaccinations, or other medical issues, whatever you want to talk about. 877-602-9696 is the number to call to ask a question of Dr. Cobble, get some advice or something you don't understand, perhaps. And how are you, Dr. Cobble?
I'm doing great, thank you. How are you guys?
We are well at this point, and we're bound and determined to stay that way.
Yeah.
There was a story we just did in the news that said that it is not inevitable that you will catch coronavirus, even though it seems to be very prevalent. You don't have to catch it, right?
Correct. I think that's very nice not to catch it.
Yeah. Don't do it. Don't make a mistake. Wear your mask and all of that.
Yeah, don't do that Johnny Knoxville challenge, or whoever it is that tries to catch it.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
Is there somebody trying to catch it?
Oh, there are always people trying to catch it, and they die from that. They isolate themselves with somebody who's infected, so they don't have to get the vaccine, and they can travel on the airplane, and they die from it. Yeah.
Is there anything that determines how or why or what a long COVID, whether people get it or don't get it?
Yeah, we don't have enough information on that to give good data on that, but we know about 20% of people will develop long COVID. So you have about a 1 in 5 chance of developing it if you catch it. If you're vaccinated and or get vaccinated afterward, it appears to be less. That appears to reduce the risk of long COVID.
Do people recover from long COVID?
Well, we hope they will, but we don't have good data on how they recover, when they recover, and what other options, holistic options or medication options would help with that recovery.
I mean, I assume that there are people who have had symptoms for continuing or lingering, I guess, for a long time, who do suddenly say, I finally feel better. That does happen, right?
Yeah, I think with time, people do improve. We just don't know if that's 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, 2 years, 5 years. And so I think the best thing is just avoid catching it so you don't run that 1 in 5 chance of getting long COVID that could live with you for 3 months or 3 years or longer.
Here's a text question. Dr. Cobble, sadly, both of us in my home now have COVID. The internet can't agree on whether we should still wear masks around each other. Could we be increasing each other's viral load if we don't? So they're in the same house.
Yeah, I think if you both. Yeah, I think if you both have it, it probably doesn't make a lot of sense to wear a mask if you're both infected, unless other people are entering the home. Again, the recommendation, if you're going to be in the community, is to quarantine for 5 days and then wear a mask for 10 days if you're going to be in the community around uninfected people. About 30% of people are still contagious after 5 days, and about 10% are still contagious after 10 days. Some of the doctors I've talked to in the Valley who are seeing a lot of COVID, just like we are, have said they've seen people being infected longer with Omicron than we had seen with prior versions. So
great.
I think if you're going to go out and circulate, then maybe do a rapid home test to make sure it's negative, or get a PCR to make sure it's negative. But I do think wearing the mask for 10 days plus is smart if you're going to be out circulating.
Let's take a quick question from Jared, and then we'll take a break. And you can call 877-602-9696 and talk to Dr. Cobble. Jared, go ahead.
Hey, I received a COVID booster last November, And then last month, I considered getting a second booster, but the CDC information only recommended it for those over 50, so I didn't. And last week, I finally caught the COVID for the first time. Should those who are under 50 who've not been boosted for this long up and get another one?
I think, sadly, that recommendation is age 50, or if somebody has autoimmune disease or immunocompromised or diabetes or some other medical condition. If they're under 50, they can get the second booster. I think you need to get a booster every 6 months. Some people would say every 3 months, depending on the country. But I think that getting a booster every 6 months, Moderna is going to have an Omicron-specific booster that they hope to have out in September or October. But, yeah, I think, sadly, you lose about 10% of your immunity every month.
Oh.
So you're going to lose about half your immunity in 5 months or so. And I think getting a booster every 6 months until we see this go away is the best thing. The good thing is you're vaccinated and you had one booster, so catching it recently, you probably had mild to moderate symptoms and you're recovering and doing okay.
All right. Thank you, Jared.
We'll take a break here, right?
Yes, we'll take a break. 877-602-9696 if you would like to ask your questions of Dr. Cobble about COVID or any medical situation. Call in 877-602-9696. Traffic.
Seeing some major slowage in all the places you would expect it. I-15 southbound near Kaysville, also by the refinery, but no specific incidents. However, if you do say something, you can always say something. Let's back up that. If you see something, you can say something. 33986 is the number to do so.
Right. Thank you. We will take a break. We'll be back. More with Dr. Cobble coming up. RenaissanceRanch.com.
If you or someone you love is struggling with drugs and alcohol and or both, because it happens, you know how tough it is. You know that it's a serious problem, and it's difficult to allow yourself to reach out for help for yourself, or to reach out to the person in your family that you think is having a problem and reach out to them and seek help for them. Well, help is out there. Renaissance Ranch Addiction Treatment Center. It's one of Utah's premier drug and alcohol treatment facilities. Their program is designed for male patients specifically, and they have inpatient and outpatient programs. It's an amazing, really, really amazing local family-owned program. Battling addiction is hard. Renaissance Ranch knows that, but help is there. For a free consultation, go to RenaissanceRanch.com. They do accept most private insurance.
I have a 7-year-old, so
exactly,
who's starting competition soccer.
Say goodbye to the rest of your weekends for the rest of your life.
That's what I'm saying. It all starts tomorrow. They have a tournament tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
They have a game at 11. No, they have a game at 2. They have a game at 7.
Mm-hmm.
Friday they have a game at 11, and we're going to be up at Snowbird. So somehow I have to get from Snowbird to. This is going to be. This is my life now.
I would suggest using your car. I think you would use your car.
Let me ask you a question. Was it his idea to play
yes.
soccer?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Because that's when you need to have the talk with him and say, look, okay, I understand you want to play soccer, but guess what? Mommy is saying goodbye to her weekends now because of this.
It's a huge commitment. It's expensive.
Here's what you do.
And it's a huge commitment.
I'm sure if you search around, you know how you have found a person to do almost everything for you. Rather than clean up the dog crap in your yard, you have found a person who will do that for you. Rather than deal with the lice problem yourself, you found the lice lady.
Yeah.
I'll bet you anything there is a person out there who will go to the soccer games for you.
But I like to go to.
Then quit bitching about it.
No, I'm just saying it begins, and Carrie's absolutely right.
Yeah.
It is.
This isn't just you playing soccer here. You need to know this, kid. This is about me taking you, transporting you, and the other two,
And it starts small when they're 7, but pretty soon it's out-of-state tournaments.
Yeah,
multiple times a year.
Mm-hmm.
It's a huge.
Which is really kind of ridiculous if you think about it.
Here's
Out
how-
of state tournaments,
Yeah.
really.
Yep.
For 7-year-olds. Yeah.
Exactly.
Here's how people catch the bird flu: by close contact with birds or bird droppings. Some people have caught bird flu by cleaning or pluck. Did you pluck any birds?
I
while
didn't
you were on
pluck
vacation?
anything.
There was no plucking going on in the
No.
trailer. I guess it is kind of close quarters. The kids can hear.
There's no plucking in the trailer.
Mom, what are you doing?
I'm plucking a chicken.
Your dad and I are plucking a chicken.
Plucking that chicken. Is that what they said?
Yeah,
Keep plucking
we're-
that chicken.
It is also possible that some people were infected after swimming or bathing in water contaminated with the droppings of infected birds, and some, here it is. You've handled a fighting cock.
That's
That
it.
was it.
That's what.
That's
that was
it.
You handled a
I
fighting
have
cock.
to admit, I've handled a fighting.
You handled a fighting cock. There have been a few cases where one infected person caught the bird flu virus from another person, but it never has happened. It does not happen by eating infected animals.
But I knew it was living amongst. It's not the mosquito bite, but
No.
it's living amongst them. That,
And it happens a lot in Egypt.
Our attorney, Ed Brass sounds like your DNA dad is Marty Feldman because of your eye drooping and oozing.
Mm-hmm.
And then I've got another person who is saying, out-of-state tournaments. This is Gina's way of telling you that she'll be taking time off.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Not yet.
This is her way of telling us
This one is
now.
just here.
And then it'll get announced on a Thursday.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I'll be gone tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because
And then she'll say, I told you that this would happen.
because her husband can't possibly take the time off to go to the out-of-state tournament.
No.
But you can. Because this job isn't.
He
as
has a real
important.
job.
Yeah, this isn't.
This isn't a real job.
No, not to you. It isn't. And certainly the way we treat.
Why
you.
should it be?
No, we're going to create a rent-a-mom business. I think this is a great idea
Yeah.
here.
We continue with Dr. Cobble. He's on the phone. He wants to talk to you.
Yes, if you have any questions about coronavirus or any other health issues, please feel free to ask. 877-602-9696 is the number. 877-602-9696. I was just looking at my record of COVID shots, and I've had 4, and the last one was in April. So as we were talking before, Dr. Cobble, you'd say probably October would be time for me to get yet another one, right?
Yeah, in 6 months. So late October, early November. And that'll get you through the winter.
Yep.
Which is great.
I'm going to do it.
We've got a text questions. We'll take your phone calls at 877-602-9696, but we've got a few text questions left. Oh, wait, here's one. No question. I just wanted to share that I got my 2-year-old his first COVID vaccine yesterday. Yay.
Talk about the importance of getting younger kids now vaccinated, Dr. Cobble.
Yeah, I think, it's available for kids down to 6 months now. And I think that just as many children are dying every day from COVID as die from car accidents in the United States. Just to put it in perspective, we all use car seats and boosters. So if you want to prevent COVID hospitalization or COVID symptoms or COVID death, the vaccine has been remarkable and extremely safe. There is no evidence of infertility from these vaccines, and I know that that's a little conspiracy that's circulating out there and misinformation. And as I mentioned during the break, it's like the ostrich conspiracy that people think that if you put your head in the sand, you'll avoid the danger. No, follow the science, be smart, be a good citizen, vaccinate your children, protect them, and protect others.
And ostriches are not stupid. They don't do that. That's just a myth. And ostriches get vaccinated. Ostriches get vaccinated, I'm telling you.
Let's see. How long do COVID mental symptoms last? Like anxiety, nervousness, and I just plain feel crazy and not right. Is that part of the long COVID?
Well, it is, and if you're lucky, it's only 2 to 12 weeks. If you're unlucky, it's 2 to 12 months or longer. And again, you don't want the neurologic symptoms. And Omicron, we've seen more neurologic symptoms and more congestion, sinus, sore throat type symptoms. So again, I think the key is to be vaccinated, protect yourself, and or wear masks if you're in a high-risk environment. So avoid catching it. You don't want to catch it.
All right. Let's go to Scott. Scott is on the phone. Go ahead, Scott.
Good morning, Dr. Cobble.
Morning.
I had a quick question about a second booster. It's the instructions I saw and read and heard was only getting it if you're a senior or you have serious health disabilities. But what if you just want one?
Yeah, I think the recommendation now is if you're 50 or older, boosters, first, second, and ongoing boosters are recommended. If you're under 50 with immunocompromised states, so diabetes, obesity, hypertension, cholesterol, sleep apnea, you name it, asthma, there's so many issues. So if you're under 50 and you have any medical issue, which almost all of us have, then you just go to the pharmacist, and if they question you at age 42 or 44, just say, I've got this, I'm immunocompromised, or you don't even have to tell them what it is. But again, you should get your booster every 6 months. Some countries say after 3 months, but that's not the recommendation here in the United States.
All right.
Hopefully that answered your question.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, Scott. Let's see. I have a question for Dr. Cobble. When is the rollout for young kids vaccine, and where will they be available?
Well,
that's interesting. It is now.
Yep, on Monday.
And I guess the county is doing it, right?
Correct.
Yeah. If you go to the county health department, Salt Lake County Health Department, I got one of my kids got a booster there couple of months ago, and they're, you think of government programs and people say, oh, it's just a cluster. They were very efficient.
Yeah.
And we went on a Sunday. They're open on Sunday. I think they still are, which was good because there were not a lot of people. And so go to the county health department and do it.
Yeah. Let's see. Here's, more stories of long COVID. My sister got COVID in November of 2020. She still has problems with fatigue, and her taste buds are still out of whack. Although that is getting slightly better, everything used to taste bad, and now about 50% of everything tastes bad. Long COVID sucks. That's the one that I don't want.
Yeah, me too.
I don't want to lose my sense of taste or smell. So that's another reason that I'm still wearing my mask. Let's see. Also, have we seen long-term COVID effects from asymptomatic people? My daughter caught COVID last year and wasn't symptomatic, but she's super young, so she can't really tell me how she's feeling, and I want to know what to look for.
Yeah, so 20 to 30, some studies have shown 40% of people can catch COVID and be asymptomatic. I think that if you don't have symptoms, you shouldn't have any complaints. Could you develop a change in your taste or smell without having flu or cold-like symptoms? I think certainly with COVID, there's no doubt that if you have a loss of taste or smell, you probably caught COVID even though you don't have other symptoms. Again, again, there are that usually will recover with time, but not always, and it's just not something I love to taste and smell things, so
Yes.
I don't want to get that personally either.
Yeah.
Tasting and smelling things are some of my favorite things in the world.
I just sometimes spend a whole day tasting and smelling things.
That's right.
Just for fun.
Let's see. Question.
And touching things.
Well,
is fun,
yeah,
too, but
yeah.
I haven't heard that is
Not
affected.
affected yet. Question for Dr. Cobble. Are you still contagious after testing negative for COVID? For example,
No.
the recommendation is to quarantine for 5 days and mask for 10. If you test negative, is masking for the 10 days required?
Nope. And again, that was the recommendation was to quarantine for 5 days or until asymptomatic, wear a mask for 10 days or until asymptomatic. So again, if you test negative in 3 days, you're asymptomatic in 3 days, your risk would be pretty low.
Here's another text. I'm an educator. I would like to get my 4th booster. Should I wait to get my booster until school starts in August?
Well, I think that if it's been 6 months, then you ought to get your fourth booster now. I think, Bill, you said you got yours in April.
Yeah.
I got mine in April, I think late April. My kids are getting theirs because they're in an age group where the booster is now available. So I think in 6 months. So if you're 6 months past your last booster, get your next booster, and then you'll get your next booster in the late fall, early winter.
All right. Let's take a call from Mark. Oh, hi, Mark. Go ahead.
Hi, we're traveling to Australia this fall, and they require vaccinations through AstraZeneca. We went to a local pharmacy, and they're telling us we can't get those vaccines in the U.S. How do we get vaccines to travel for countries that require other than Pfizer, Moderna, and J&J?
Wow, that's a tough question. I haven't heard that before, and I'm a little bit shocked that Australia, if Australia has not approved Moderna, Pfizer vaccines, and they only have the AstraZeneca vaccine approved, Australia is very restrictive.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they're going to let you in. I would have to go to the Australia website. I'd be shocked. It'd be impossible for any American to travel to Australia.
Yeah,
so
and
I think that there's something not correct in
there's
that information.
Sounds like
that's
some
been shared with
information
you.
that's cross wires there.
Yeah, check it out. I think you'll find that that's not that specific. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right.
All right.
See you later.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have.
Thanks very much, Dr. Cobble. It's always a pleasure to talk to you.
Oh,
here.
Thank you very much. Talk to
See
you next
later.
week.
Bye-bye.
Traffic, please. Nick?
Yeah, seems that there has been an incident that popped up southbound on I-15 near Midvale, but that's not causing too much slowage. Outside of that, it's just, the regular slowage that normally goes on. So if you see something, anything, I'll take anything at this point. Text me about it. 33986 is where you can send that. That is brought to you by Pick 3 Services for $99 at Young Chevrolet in Layton. Options include oil change, tire rotation, brake check, multi-point inspection, alignment check, wiper blades, engine air filter, or AC system check. Learn more at youngchev.com.
All right. Time to call to line up to beat Gina. But since Gina isn't here, it's Beat Nick.
That's me.
The topic is Karate Kid trivia.
Ooh.
Specifically, the original movie.
Something I claim to have knowledge of, but have none. So this will be interesting.
Sounds like you'll be easily beating Nick today for those. What's our prize today?
Today we got Lost 80s Live tickets.
That is a big show. 877-602-9696 is the number to call to play Beat Nick today. 877-602-9696. Karate Kid trivia. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back with that. Hoops Vision Correction, HOOPES Vision.com.
Hudson, we have told you over and over and over again.
How many times do we have to tell?
Get rid of your glasses. Throw your contact lenses away. Like I have. Carrie has.
Yes.
Have you had a LASIK procedure, Nick?
No, my eyes are perfect.
Oh, good for you. Go to Hoops Vision and get rid of your glasses. Get the LASIK procedure, especially right now, $800 off the procedure. Either LASIK or if you need PRK instead of the LASIK, that's also $800 off. And that's for a limited time. Book your VIP LASIK consultation today and get started on your Hoops Vision journey. 877-30 LASIK is the number to call. This is a free, no obligation appointment. 877-30 LASIK, or you can book online, hoopsvision.com.
And now.
Boy, you came through, everybody. We got a flood of best questions, and don't worry, we're going to hang on to those. And perhaps if we don't read yours today, yours will get read on a different Friday when we do best question of the week. Keep them coming. Radio from Hell at x96.com. Katie, what is our best question today?
Today comes from Missy Parrish. It says, "What cartoon character would you see yourself married to? In this situation, they're all single."
Cartoon character. Well, Jane Jetson. Jane Jetson.
Now you notice in our last break we said even stupid questions, and I think that we picked the dumbest one. But
now, Bill, Jane Jetson, when I think of Jane Jetson, I remember the part in the opening of the Jetsons where she's asking her husband for money, and he pulls out his wallet and takes a couple bucks out, and then she grabs the whole wallet and just leaves him. That's you. You want to be married to that woman?
Wow. Yeah, that's some consequences here, Bill.
Yeah, Gina, because she's just like all women, you know.
They just want money.
Jane, if I could be married to Jane and Judy at the same time.
Wait a minute. Now, mother-daughter?
Yeah.
That's weird.
That's weird.
You went weird, Bill.
Well, and I also like Betty Rubble. I also kind of always like Betty Rubble.
Yeah, there was an
Barney's
appeal to
wife.
Betty.
But she and Barney, I wouldn't want to break up that relationship.
That they do have a good relationship, you have to admit.
So, yeah,
Gina?
but Jane Jetson.
All right.
Woody.
Woody
Woodpecker?
No, Woody from Toy Story.
Why Woody?
Why
Woody?
Because he takes care of everything.
But there's a snake in his boot.
He takes care of everything. He's looking out for everybody, and he
tries to
can,
please everybody, Gina, and that never works.
Everybody looks to Woody to make everything better, and he's the moral compass of whatever group he's in.
Now,
everybody.
Could we consider him a cartoon character specifically? I mean,
he's animated.
Yeah, but he's like a what do you call that kind of animation?
That's a computer animation, so you have to decide whether you're a purist or not.
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna go down that.
Are you an inkist?
No, I guess I'm not an inkist. It's Woody for me.
Really?
He can ride a horse. He's a gentleman.
Okay. I will go with the absolute sexiest cartoon character, Velma from Scooby-Doo. She's...
Yeah. She's smart.
No, she's hot. She's hot. Well, she's very smart, too. Yes, that's true, but she's hot. I think it's the sweater. The base answer would be Jessica Rabbit, obviously.
Yeah, but
do you want to be married to Jessica Rabbit? She
think
seems
that would,
like trouble.
She does seem like a trouble magnet. And also, think about it.
She was an alcoholic, I think.
Think about it. She has sex with rabbits. Okay? Think about that.
Yeah, you don't want
I don't think you want to be married to her. You might. That's a fun weekend. You don't want to be married to Jessica Rabbit.
That's a weekend in Toontown, right there. There you go.
That's a weekend in Toontown.
And then you walk away. You rub the ink off of your self and pretend it never happened, and then just have fond memories when you're old. You look up and you say, "Grandpa, what are you smiling at about?" And he'll just go, none of your damn business.
You don't need to know.
You want to tell me about her? No, I don't.
Nope. Of course, there's Betty
this
and
is true.
Veronica.
Oh,
Betty
sorry.
And Veronica from
Betty and Veronica from Archie Comics. Which do you choose, though, is the question.
It's just they go together. Betty and Veronica.
Bill
But if
keeps angling for
Well,
two. That's
See, you keep doing this plural.
You know, I
know.
was born and raised in Utah.
That's true. Your last name is all red.
Your polygamist roots are showing, Bill.
Yep.
You're a
But if
cartoon polygamist.
If you have to choose, you have to decide. I mean, Betty would be loyal to you for life and would love you forever. However, with Veronica, you got Daddy's money there.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd go with Veronica then. If I had to make a choice, I'd go with the money.
And you're not wrong, Texter.
What's that?
Didn't even dawn on me why I was so attracted to Woody.
Why's that?
Because he's voiced by Tom
It's
Hanks.
Tom Hanks.
He is. Oh.
That's part of it.
Let's see. Someone is saying Luann from King of the Hill. I don't know. She also seems like she's more trouble.
Yeah.
Race Bannon from Johnny Quest.
Sure.
Mike Pence?
Here's the thing about Race Bannon is his solution to everything is to throw a barrel at it. You know, it's
It works some of the time, not all the time.
Here,
some of
let
the
me
time.
throw a barrel at it. All right. Let's see. People are agreeing with me on Velma. It's the sweater and the glasses combo. Let's see. Clearly, the answer is Lola Bunny from Space Jam.
Oh.
I just found an article. It's 15 cartoon characters we secretly fancied, female cartoon characters. Here, Betty Rubble, Penelope Pitstop.
Oh, yes. I remember Penelope Pitstop from the Wacky Races.
Yeah. Daphne from
See,
Scooby-Doo.
everyone went after Daphne because she, she was the tall, pretty one, but Velma was really the hot
Oh,
one.
the cartoon Wonder Woman is pretty hot.
Yeah, she's all right, yeah.
Chitara. I don't know who Chitara
Chitara
is.
from Thundercats.
Oh yeah. Well, there
Yeah,
you go.
pretty-
I see
yeah,
her
pretty
now.
hot, too, yeah.
There are no men in this one. I'm sorry, Gina.
Okay, sorry.
Now Ariel the mermaid. She seems a bit young,
Yeah, I think she was.
but I mean, in the original story, she wasn't. The
Yeah.
Little Mermaid. But then there's this villainous evil Lynn from He-Man.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know. She seems like a lot of trouble.
Betty Rubble, Betty Boop.
Yeah.
She's got that kind of misshapen head, though.
Could be a problem, yeah.
Sort of odd. Let's see, Catwoman, She-Ra, Princess, Battle of the Planets, the princess from Battle of the Planets.
Yes, oh, yeah. Princess, yeah.
April O'Neil,
April
Jasmine
O'Neil.
from Aladdin, and
Yeah.
there you go.
She was on my list as well. But really, the proper answer is Lana Kane from Archer.
Why is that?
Not only incredibly hot, but incredibly smart, and would take care of everything,
Okay.
and would protect you, and would just be great. Lana Kane from Archer.
Okay,
Just,
all right.
just don't piss her off. Yeah? All right. No, Betty Boop's head is not a tumor. Texter. Come on, that's not a tumor.
head.
This is going to make me want to pull out my copy of Roger Rabbit and watch it this weekend.
If you have a best question, send it to us. You see how that went? That could be you. Your question being answered. Radio from Hell at x96.com.
pies, this could very likely be your moment, because today you'll be going up against a pushover. Today, it's not Beat Gina, it's Beat Nick. That's right, Daddy-O, it's Beat Nick. I'm your announcer, Johnny Ola, reminding you to try all 22 varieties of America's versatile canned meat product. Spam, special processed American meat. It's how the American dream got canned.
Yes.
There is certainly nothing canned about the star of our show. Here he is, Spam lover, Harry Jackson.
That is the truth. I am a Spam lover, and I'm glad you're getting that Spam money.
It's delicious.
All right, we're going to, the computer has chosen us a contestant. It looks like Aaron is who will be playing against Nick today. Hello, Aaron. How are you?
Hello, I'm well. And you?
I'm all right. But we're going to ask you to, I'm going to toss a coin, and I want you to say heads or tails. Call it in the air if you would. It will determine who goes first and gives an advantage in the game. Go ahead, Aaron. Heads or tails? Aaron, honey, we're playing a game show.
Oh, can you not hear me? Hello?
We couldn't hear you, no.
No. All right, heads or tails?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I must have lost for a moment. Tails. Tails is what I choose.
All right, coin toss app says heads, as you can see, Nick.
Nice.
Witness.
Nice.
That means
All right.
Nick goes first.
All coming up, Nick.
Sorry, Aaron. That means that he has the advantage in the game. So now, if you it's all part of the plan. Now, if you beat Nick, you're going to win these Lost 80s Live tickets.
Mm-hmm.
And that's practically everyone from the 80s will be on stage at one time.
Huge
during the
show, Maverick Center, August 12th, featuring Flock of Seagulls, Wang Chung, English Beat, Missing Persons, Naked Eyes. You get the point. There's a lot of people being there.
But if Nick beats you, what are you prepared to do in Nick's name?
I was told that, or I told them I could offer him a Laurel and Hardy handshake if he were to beat me.
All right.
Wow.
Good enough. All right. This first question is for Nick. Now, the topic of trivia, I don't know if you heard, Aaron, it is about specifically the original Karate Kid movie, because it was released on this day in 1984.
Which I know nothing about, but this is multiple choice, and I passed a calc test recently just because it was multiple choice.
So you have not seen this. I have not seen this movie either. So I just have to take the internets for granted.
Okay.
If this is correct. Here we go. Nick, first question for you.
Yeah.
The movie released in 84.
Okay.
But this movie was top something in 1985. What was it? Was it the A, top martial arts film not starring turtles, B, the top rented video in 1985, C, the top action kids movie of 1985, or D, the top movie of the year from the Bonsai Tree Appreciation Society of Reseda?
I am going to have to go with C on that one.
The top action kids movie of 85? I'm sorry. That is incorrect.
Aaron has a chance to steal.
Aaron?
Oh, okay. I'm going to go with the most rented movie, B, I think it was.
That is the top rented movie in 85.
Aaron, you have 1 point, and you control the question, so you can go ahead 2-1.
Aaron, here's your question.
All right.
What does Daniel dress up as for the Halloween dance? No, wait. It's multiple choice. It's multiple choice, Aaron.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry. Got a little overzealous.
I'll say, I'm about ready to eject you as a contestant. Multiple choice. It's just I spend most of my day writing these joke questions, Aaron. I
He wants to say them aloud on the radio.
All right. Is it A?
I get it.
A rat wearing a bathrobe? Is it B? A Sears Kenmore trash compactor turns 15 bags of trash into one neat little package. Sears compactors clean up after more Americans than any other compactor. C, a fridge, or D, a shower?
Tough
It's
choice.
a shower.
They
You
all
know
sound
it.
good. I'm
You
gonna
said
go
a
with
shower.
D, a
I know
shower.
it's you said that. So
It's 2-0, Aaron's favor. Nick, this is your moment to try to crawl back into the game.
Comeback kid.
Nick. What didn't Daniel do for Mr. Miyagi as part of his training?
Okay.
So he did 3 of these. Which one he did not do?
Okay.
As part of his training. Was it A, wax his car, B, paint his house, C, sand his floor, or D, find 11,780 more votes for his election?
B.
Paint his house?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. No, that's.
Oh, Aaron, if you get this correct, you have won the game 3-0.
Wow.
Now, Aaron.
Yes, sir.
It's multiple choice. Let Kerry read the
you
answers
want to hear?
again.
Do you want to hear them again?
If because I stepped on you earlier, I think it's only fair and just that I get to hear them again.
All right,
to make up for it.
I want to hear them again.
A is wax his car, B is paint his house, or D, find 11,780 more votes for his election.
Let's see. 84 was an election year, if I remember. I'm going to go with D.
For Mr. Miyagi's election. Okay. There we go.
That was very good, Aaron. Nicely done. We'll let you win. Okay?
Thank you.
You'll win a prize. You have won a prize. I'm going to put you on hold so a nice lady can tell you how to get your prize. And I have to leave because I've got some tiddlies that need to be winked.
I don't blame you. I wish I could join you. Thank you, Johnny. All right, hang on the line. Big Boy News Now, brought to you by.
Brought to you by the Liberty Farmers Market is open Thursdays from 4 till dusk at Liberty Park, featuring locally sourced produce, meat, eggs, baked goods, packaged foods, and unique specialty items. Learn more at slcfarmersmarket.org.
Let's see. I don't know. Is Elvis, the Baz Luhrmann Elvis, is it open?
I don't think it's out yet.
It's going to open here this weekend, I believe.
think, yeah.
But a lot of people have seen it, and a lot of people love it.
Or hate it.
Some people hate it, but a lot of people love it. And Baz Luhrmann says, well, if you love it, I got more for you.
More Elvis?
No.
There is a 4-hour cut of the movie. Baz Luhrmann told the Radio Times that the longer version, much longer version of the film, whose theatrical cut is 159 minutes, which is over 2 hours. It's opening, June 24th. It includes the more wackadoo aspects of real-life Elvis Presley's career.
Okay.
It says...
that's the stuff I would be interested in.
He says, I would have liked to lean into some of the other things more. There is so much more. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I shot, like his relationship with his band.
Yeah.
I had to pare that down, and it is a very interesting how Colonel Tom Parker gets rid of the band.
Yeah.
Luhrmann said. Also, he said, we had to cut down on Elvis Presley's addiction to barbiturates and all of that stuff.
See, that's the stuff I want to see.
What happens is that he starts doing wackadoo things like going to visit President Nixon.
That's also what I wanted to see.
He said, I had it in there for a while, and then it just comes to a point where you can't have everything in the movie, so I had to cut that. But it will be available eventually for you to see. Elvis ended up with a 159-minute running time, with Luhrmann calling the finished film a 3-act pop culture opera, culminating in the epic 1970s iteration of Elvis Presley, which I think is the Elvis Presley who managed to slim down, get into that white suit.
Oh, we don't get Fat Elvis?
Oh, I think we'll have Fat Elvis, too.
Oh, yeah, I want Fat Elvis.
But and now one critic criticized the film for being an Elvis Presley movie about Baz Luhrmann, which
I can see that.
That's maybe true.
Yeah.
It'll be fascinating to see, no matter what.
Yeah,
you may not like it, but it might be just fun to see anyway. You've seen Baz Luhrmann movies, Nick? Moulin Rouge.
Oh yes, I've seen those.
Right.
Yeah.
With a little over a week to go until the finale, Netflix has dropped a new trailer for Stranger Things 4 Volume 2 that sets up an all-out war in Hawkins, that's the town, as the crew go up against this season's big bad, Vecna, Jamie Campbell Bower. From the looks of things, the Hawkins kids are going to take on the psychic monster, who's a pretty good monster, too, I have to say. Without the aid of Eleven, who is still in the desert, regaining her powers with the help of Dr. Brenner, Matthew Modine, whose motives are as murky as ever.
Yes. Can't trust
Adding,
him.
yeah, you can't, but then sometimes you think, no, wait, I do trust him. Adding to the tension is both the Duffer brothers and cast members like Noah Schnapp have hinted that some of the crew, some of the kids, may not make it out alive.
No.
In fact, the Duffers have said the Mammoth episodes will be extremely emotional. I think that they're going to get rid of somebody, or maybe two somebodies. It also doesn't help that the trailer is definitely leaning on the ominous vibes that somebody's definitely not going to survive the sprawling war with the Upside Down.
Those final 2 episodes are very long.
The creators say that they turned out longer than we thought it would. Episode 8 will run an hour and 20 minutes, which is a lot. It's
like a movie.
Especially for a TV show without commercials. And the season finale comes out 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Good Lord.
Just 3 minutes shy of beating out Avengers Endgame.
More like longer things, am I right?
Oh,
hey.
Whoa there.
This will not be the end of the show. The series will conclude with season 5.
One more season.
Whatever that may be. So even if your favorite character survives or does not survive, there will be more destruction to come. 386 dogs were rescued from a truck in China heading to a dog meat festival. 386 dogs were on the way to slaughter at the annual dog meat eating festival in the southern Chinese city of Yulin, which was scheduled to start on Tuesday. Now they're going to have to cancel the dog eating festival. Isn't that terrible? Supreme Court has ruled that they have handed school choice advocates a major victory.
Yeah, this is bad.
6-3 vote on idea, not according to the Deseret News. They're all for it.
I'm sure they are.
In their editorial today. By a 6-3 vote along ideological lines, the court opened the door further for those seeking taxpayer funding for religious schools. In its clearest statement to date, the court said that if a state uses taxpayer money to pay for students attending non-religious private schools, it must also use taxpayer funds to pay for attendance at religious schools. Because, religions pay taxes, so they deserve the same thing that public school.
Yeah.
That is such horse
It's
crap.
ridiculous.
I can't believe
And
it.
it's all part of the conservatives' plan to get rid of the public education system in this nation.
The court's ruling came in a case from Maine, a state so rural that almost half of its school districts have no public high school, and so there are religious schools, and parents have really no option but to send their kids to those religious schools. If you wanted to make an exception for that, you could.
You could.
But why do you have to make it just sweeping across the board?
Because it's
You don't
all
have
part
to.
of the plan.
Donald Trump has posted a fake video of him hitting a golf ball, which then hits Joe Biden in the head, causing him to fall off his bike. What a baby. He's a little
Very
child.
much so. Very much so. He emotionally has never advanced past the age of 9.
Something like that, yeah. I saw today for the first time, I hadn't seen it before, Joe Biden falling on his bike. A very simple fall, which has happened to me.
Yeah.
You get your foot caught in the clip of your pedal, and you can't get it out fast enough, and you tumble over while your bike is almost at a stop.
Trump can't drink with one hand. All right? Don't give me this, Biden's,
Yeah. And NASA is starting to shut down the Voyager probe. They're shutting down the systems of the Voyager probes this year. The probes are flagging after 45 years. Now, it's a way of keeping them going until 2030 if they possibly can. Voyager 1 and Voyager 2, launched in 1977, have made it farther out into space than any other object made by humans. The epic interstellar journey of NASA's acclaimed Voyager probes are due to come to an end as the agency starts switching off their systems. That seems sad. Why do that?
V'ger seeks the creator.
Yeah. The probes, launched 45 years ago, have pushed the boundaries of space exploration. They're farther away from Earth than any other man-made object. We've done 10 times the warranty on these damn things, said Ralph McNutt, a physicist at Johns Hopkins. So we had no idea they would be able to last this long and go this far. They've done amazing. They have sent back such amazing information, things about Saturn's rings, and and the fact that the universe is never ending. Apparently,
V'ger must merge with the Creator. Sports, weather, traffic.
Yeah, sports. Outside of the world of WWE, there are some other fights brewing as Jake Paul agrees to fight Mike Tyson this year after the boxing legend suggests bout. Because if WWE isn't doing their own entertainment, it seems the only other big fights is Jake Paul getting his ass handed to him.
I hope Tyson just destroys him.
Iron Mike suggested that he may be interested in fighting the problem child, but under one condition. The 55-year-old insists a potential showdown must happen this year. Asked whether he'd face Paul, Tyson replied, "That could be very interesting. I never really took it serious, but yeah, it could be really interesting." So we'll see.
Very interesting.
Just how that turns out. I would tune in for that fight specifically out of all the Jake Paul, Logan
I still wouldn't watch
fights.
it, but I'd want him to get destroyed.
I don't care for either of them, but
Yeah.
I'd like to see Jake Paul get destroyed.
Yes.
Weather. We are in the midst of summer, and the weather reflects that as it is just relatively staying the same the next few days. Lows of 60s, highs of 90s, all sun. Enjoy it until everything turns yellow and it's not fun to be outside anymore. Taking a peek at the traffic right now. It seems most of the incidents, well, the one or two incidents I was talking about earlier actually cleared up outside of a developing slowage on I-215 heading eastbound near Cottonwood Heights. Taking a peek at our text chats, and Dr. Mike says no traffic in front of his house. So
It's good to know.
thank you for reporting on that. If you'd like to send your own traffic news, 33986 is where you can do that. That is brought to you by Gracie's, is open daily for lunch and dinner and brunch on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Enjoy food, drink, and live music on their award-winning heated patio. Gracie's is at the corner of 3rd South and West Temple. Adults only.
All right.
Before we break, or before we go to Things Must Go, just about Voyager.
Yes.
All of the information is stored on Voyager. All of the data is stored on an 8-track tape recorder.
Oh, well.
Ooh, that's how primitive it is. Isn't that amazing?
All right.
And it still works.
We will take a break. We will be back. Things that must go after these. Stand by for that. opendoor.com/myoffer. I went to opendoor.com/myoffer, and I saw for myself just how easy it was to request an offer on my home. I mean, it's very simple. Hundreds of thousands of people have already requested their offer. Just go to opendoor.com/myoffer, enter your address, tell them a little bit about your house, and they will make you an offer, usually in minutes. Open Door takes a look at your house along with recent sales in your neighborhood. They come up with a very competitive offer, a real offer. You don't have to make repairs, do prep work, schedule showings, all of that stuff. You choose your closing date. You move on your schedule. You control the whole situation. It's a competitive, all-cash offer on your house at opendoor.com/myoffer. So it's a hassle-free sale. You can focus on what's ahead of you in life. So get a free offer on your house at opendoor.com/myoffer. Offer eligibility varies. Open Door is represented by Open Door Brokerage Inc., license 02061130 in California, and Open Door Brokerage LLC in its other markets.
Hey, when
The lightning round of Ask a Bullfighter.
You could still get in a phone question if you want, 801-359-9696 or 877-602-9696. But we have a lot of text questions. How about your health insurance, Ammon? They must be some There must be some restrictions, or you have to have.
You must be risky.
You have to have special health insurance, or what?
I don't. It probably would be a good idea if you were going to do it.
You've had
Dang, that's a
injuries.
good idea.
Just thinking about this, are you? All right.
Hey,
Wait a minute.
why didn't I think of that? So what do you? I mean, has your health insurance covered you so far?
Yeah, on the cases where I've needed to go, a lot of the injuries are, you're just going to be sore. You can't really do much for it.
Cinch you up. We just cinch you up on the kitchen table. Yeah.
Until that big brain injury comes around, then you're going to wish you had it. Let's see. Text question. Not me, of course. I want to ride a bull once before I die. How would I go about doing this?
Good. Well, that's
his bucket list, I guess.
Yeah, it's probably easier than a lot of people think.
Make it the last item on your bucket list.
And finally,
actually, the Broken Heart Rodeo Company has practice where they buck out some of their younger animals just to see how well they'll perform. And I'm not sure if he's still doing it, but usually it's every Wednesday night in Ogden at the Golden Spike Arena.
Really? Just show up and.
Yeah, like there's kids from high school that come and get on, or guys from college that just haven't been riding for a while that want to get back in.
You have to pay a little fee to do it.
Yeah, I think it's like $20, and usually there's enough guys there that have the equipment that if somebody, I've been there before when people have shown up that have never been on an animal before.
I don't have my own rigging.
Yeah, they help them do it. So
listen to you.
That would be a good. And I know on the website, on the Golden Spike Arena website, there's a calendar, and it'll list on the days that they have practice.
All right. Let's see. How many bones have you broken? Pretty standard question.
Probably 5.
5? What was the most painful one? No, no pelvis, I hope.
No, my pelvis is functioning great.
That's good to hear.
Good news for your fiance there too.
My worst injury is probably my ankle when I broke it and
All right.
dislocated it.
Have you ever seen a rider or bullfighter lose their life?
I have not.
That has not happened. Okay.
Not where I've been. Thank goodness.
Let's see.
Do you have to be a big guy to be a bullfighter?
Yeah, I would think because you're over 6 feet. I would think you'd want to be a little guy, like a smaller target.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I'm big or not, but this is my size, and the guy I work with is the guy that I fight bulls with. He's about my same size, and I kind of think of it as there's more cushion for the pushing, or I can take more of a hit. And so maybe if I was a little smaller, maybe if I was smaller, I'd break more bones because I got some padding. I don't know, but
and let's see. Growing up in Franklin, Idaho, where there was nothing to do, have you ever gone cow tipping?
No. Actually, we tried one time to see how close we could get, but they weren't really sleeping. So.
Well, you got to make sure.
Isn't that just a myth?
I kind of think it is.
You can't push a cow over when they're asleep.
Gina,
I'm going to look it up.
That's bull.
Look it up.
That's bull is what that is.
Brought to you by.
Take an unforgettable cross-country adventure into the hidden wonders of the natural world. Into America's Wild 3D visits some of the most beautiful but untamed landscapes of America. Now playing in Clark Planetarium's IMAX Theater.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
These are things that are bugging you, friends of the program, and you send them to us. radiofromhell@x96.com is the email address. You put Musco on the subject line and send it off, and if we read it on the air, maybe it'll make you feel better about yourself. I'll start today. I got a couple of my own. And these both concern obituaries, which I read religiously on the weekend. When you are doing pictures of the deceased, and you decide you're going to do a young picture and an old picture, that's okay. Always put the young picture on the left and the old picture on the right.
Of course.
Not the other way around.
Why would you do that?
But I don't know, but I've seen it a couple of times, and it just ticks me off.
They could have Benjamin Button syndrome.
And then finally, and then this one, in an obituary, never, ever use the term predeceased. He was predeceased by his parents. He was predeceased. No, don't use that word. It's a stupid word. Just say, you know, his parents died before him or whatever, but don't say predeceased.
All right.
Let's see. This one, feel free to use my name. It's Joe. What must go is the continuation of misinformation about the COVID vaccine, especially for kids. I took my 5-year-old daughter to get her second dose yesterday, and as we were leaving, some neighborhood girls were coming over to ask her to play, and she said, well, I can't play because I have to get my second shot. And one of the friends said that she and her sisters weren't allowed to get the COVID vaccine because they couldn't have babies.
Oh,
because if they got it, they couldn't have babies. I calmly explained that that was a myth that had been debunked and had no basis in fact. Well, the friend responded that it was her mom's choice that they not be vaccinated, and I said, well, that's fine. That's her choice. This is mine. And then we left. While I respect a parent's right to choose what they feel is best for their child, their decision should be based on fact, not on disinformation spread by those who do not know what they are talking about. This one from Please Don't Use My Name. Weather reporting, if you're not Gina Barberi, must go. Gina has been recognized for her weather reporting, and she is who I listen to for weather.
True.
What I don't need is to have every person who walks by my desk declaring the current conditions. My desk is at the front of the building. I have windows on all three sides and Radio from Hell playing on my computer. It's just not necessary for every person who walks in to tell me, hey, it's raining. One coworker makes a point at least 10 times a day to walk up front, look out the door, and tell me, hey, it's raining. And I say, yeah, still. What he's saying is not new. It's not helpful. It's boring and repetitious. Please make him stop. And then finally, this one. It says, good morning. Please don't use my name. My thing that must go. People who think that self-checkout is for 60-plus items. Please, for the love of God, use common sense. Sadly, there's no such thing anymore. And have some courtesy for a change. People going through checkout lines talking about how great Trump was. He's a con artist, for hell's sake. That must go, too. Thank you.
Okay.
Kerry?
All right. A couple from the foot of Mount Doom. People that say, I'm not going to lie, or to tell you the truth, when there are no stakes involved.
Yeah.
You know, why would you lie about something as trivial as liking teddy bears or hot French fries? I'm not going to lie.
I'm not going to lie to you. I love French fries.
Yeah. So there's that. Also, my dog Ripley insisting on fresh water every time she takes a drink of water. She's gotten to this point now where she will just sit and stare at the bowl. And it's like, you know what this means. I need fresh water. But this is every time she decides to take a drink. I don't know what's going on with her. Anyway, this one from does not say I can use the name, so I will not. Good morning, Lords. Things that must go. The fact that I am not living in the home I purchased over a year ago due to flood damage. Dealing with multiple contractors and insurance representatives has me one step from tearing my hair out. Every time I feel like the end is in sight, a new issue pops up. The current flavor of the month is mold growth. Side note, mold experts that cannot pronounce that particular fungi we are dealing with and give information that a quick cdc.gov search disproves.
Yeah, you shouldn't have that.
Please remove this entire debacle from my life and let me live in the place for which I am paying a mortgage. There you go. And this one from Zane. Things that must go. Number one, the 60 question questionnaire for jury duty. How mundane is that crap? Number 2, the fact that I laughed when I just typed the word duty. I swear I'm not a child. I'm 37. Travel. I was in Dallas for a week. Flew back here, got in a car, drove home, and then got in another car, drove up to Twin Falls. Needless to say, I'm tired. For the 3 a.m. to 11 a.m. shift, going to bed at 5 p.m. just doesn't work well. And 5, this cyst on my face. It hurts like hell. My sinuses are hugged up, and my whole head is just always in pain. Thank you for letting me bitch, Zane.
Got a few right here. Good morning, Lords and Nick. My thing that must go are testing positive for COVID 2 days before my scheduled vacation and then scrambling to cancel everything before I'm charged. Also losing my sense of taste and smell must go. My morning coffee isn't the same. That is from Heather. And then Peter built Brian here. My thing that must go is when you're watching short little videos like TikToks and the kind when they show you how to do something, the kind where they show you how to do something, but on one side of the screen, somebody's reacting to it. Why do we need somebody reacting to it? Why can't I just watch what's being done without somebody else's reaction? Because sometimes people, the way TikTok works.
I know. It's just you're not looking at the right feed. You're not looking at the original feed. You're looking at the guy who's reacting to it feed. Go to the original feed.
Sometimes it gives you that video before the original one, though. I know
Search
what you're talking about.
Search it out.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
Traffic, Nick.
Basically green across the valley. Looks like you're going to be doing some smooth sailing out on the roads, but I did have somebody text in saying motorcycle police speed traps all along Highway 36 between Lake Point and Tooele. So maybe look out for that. That is brought to you by Pick 3 Services for $99 at Young Chevrolet in Layton. Options include oil change, tire rotation, brake check, multi-point inspection, alignment check, wiper blades, engine air filter, or AC system check. Learn more at youngchev.com.
All right, coming up after some messages and a song, it's Frank Christ presents They're Fine, They're Just Fine. It's our Dead Celebrity game where you could win prizes. And what is the gift? What is the prize that we have this time?
Today we got Pride Under the Lights tickets, which is coming up this weekend.
I'll be there.
That's aquarium, yeah.
I think I'm there 5 to 7 on Friday.
It's an aquarium thing.
Yeah.
So
under the claw.
Yeah, under the claw party. So 877-602-9696 to win those aquarium tickets. Stand by and play. They're fine. They're just fine. The Downtown Alliance.
Downtown Farmers Market and the Winter Market, there's also been a market in Liberty Park.
I didn't know this.
They've taken over to manage it. So now they're a Liberty Park Farmers Market. They've 60 different vendors, or give or take, offering a wide variety of products, including produce, meat, eggs, baked goods, packaged food, unique specialty items like the Downtown Farmers Market and the Winters Market. Vendors are required to make, raise, or grow the products they sell. So, Liberty Market will continue in the same part of the park, east side by 7th East, but it's on Thursday evenings now from 4 p.m. to dusk. The market has, it says June 16th, so it's started.
It's
right?
on now, yeah.
Yeah, and it'll run every Thursday through September 29th in Liberty Park, okay? So if you want more information about it, go to slcfarmersmarket.org.
Need to catch up.
Carrie, you're close, the closest of all of us to toys. I mean,
yes,
you're surrounded by them.
Like physically, right now. You're
Yeah. So the Toy Hall of Fame.
Yes.
They've announced their inductees for this year. One of these I don't even know, and one of them I'm not sure why it's classified as a toy. So the National Toy Hall of Fame in New York announced this year's inductees are the classic doll Baby Nancy. Do you know Baby Nancy, Gina?
It's just one of those baby dolls that have been around forever. It's just one of the first and earliest, and it's just been a mainstay.
I think the only doll I could really say. Oh, Betsy Wetsy. I remember
Baby
Betsy
Nancy
Wetsy.
is the reason it's her. She's a black baby doll.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
that's why that was of note.
And then Jenga.
Now that's a game.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that classifies as a toy.
Sure.
But then the other one is sidewalk chalk. Now how is that? I don't.
It's you know,
It's
I
a
mean,
toy,
you don't necessarily. I mean, you know what the classification of toy is. It's hard to say. I think it's anything that keeps your kids occupied.
Yeah.
And you know that dates back to
hopscotch.
Even further. I mean, further caveman times. You know. I mean,
that's
you know.
Ugh, want sidewalk chalk. So the toys that didn't, there were 12 finalists. Here are the ones that didn't make the cut. Bingo.
Bingo hasn't been in there yet.
Not yet.
Huh.
What? Now, you might know what this is, Gina. Briar horses.
I used to collect them. They're my favorite. I love Briar horses.
They didn't make the cut. Light Bright. Masters of the Universe.
Yes.
My Little Pony. Risk. There's Master of the Universe right there. Carrie's got it at x96.com/live.
Oh, He-Man.
Skeletor.
I'm not in the Hall of Fame yet.
Of course, neither's He-Man. Sorry, the game Sorry. Tamagotchi and Yahtzee.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Baby Nancy, created in 1968, became the best-selling black doll in Los Angeles by the end of the year.
Yeah,
So-
Briar horses were that's all I wanted for my birthday and Christmas, because they were like Carrie collects his toys. Like the new ones would come out, and there were ones that were hard to find.
How many do you have? How many did you have?
Oh, I probably had 30 or 40 of them.
And where are they now?
I don't know.
Why?
They're probably in a box in Mary Claire's garage, probably. But
Don't you want to go dig them up?
yes, now I want to. So they had there will be famous horses, like famous race horses.
Seabiscuit.
Or famous horses from TV and movies.
Mr.
you could
Red.
Get. Yeah.
Flicka.
Or they were just breeds. Like, you try to collect all the breeds.
Appaloosa.
Yes.
Palomino.
Yes.
Pinto.
I had a whole bookshelf with, I loved them.
Now they have wheels, or
No, they're
so you could drive
horses.
them around. Well, yeah, but you want to be able to.
No, you do, like.
Pretend that they're galloping.
Yeah.
Were they on little stands, like rearing up in the air?
Sometimes those were special ones, but they were easier to play with if they weren't on the stands.
Now, because people have asked me, not just you guys, but have asked me before about this Toy Hall of Fame thing, and as I recall, I'm not for sure, but as I recall, it's only been together about just a few years that they've done the Toy Hall of Fame, and that's why some of these, the ones that you would think should be in there, should be in there, and they, for some reason, only induct 3 a year in, which, that seems kind of an arbitrary.
Yeah, I don't know why are these. Let's see, here's the Toy Hall of Fame home. Here are toys inducted by year.
Ball and a Cup? Is Ball and a Cup in there?
Let me see. Well, the first year that they did this is...
Stick and a hoop? What about the hoop and the stick?
1998. So it's been around for a while.
Yeah. But they only induct like 3 a year in.
Well, that first year they did like 10. I don't know why, then the number goes down. In 2001, there were only 2 things inducted: Silly Putty and Tonka trucks. Let's see, what was last year? Last year was coloring books.
Okay.
Magic the Gathering, and Matchbox
Wait a minute.
cars.
You have Magic the Gathering before you have bingo? That doesn't make any sense.
I hate to break it to you, Gina, but Magic the Gathering is one of the biggest selling games
I know, but
on the
don't you
planet right now. So,
but don't you start with where we started? You
Well,
start with Ball and a Cup and bingo.
Well,
I
and
agree with you.
Coloring books.
I mean, number one, the first place they started was playing soccer with the skulls of your enemies. That's where
That's number one.
Yeah, that's number one.
that should be.
Yeah.
Makes sense. You save Magic the Gathering for several years down the road.
Magic the Gathering is similar to playing soccer with the skulls of your enemies, but not exactly the same.
conversations aren't the only thing that kills.
I don't know how I'm going to survive this every day. I'm just freezing. The minute Frank comes into the room, it drops 20 degrees. 20 degrees.
I can't explain it either.
Frank Christ, the celebrity Grim Reaper, is here. He's here to play a game, a grim, ghoulish, macabre game that we call Frank Christ Presents.
They're fine. They're just fine.
It's a game where we get someone on the phone and we see if they can pick out the dead celebrity or famous person amongst the living. As we read this list, 3 of the people on the list, Frank, are...
Oh, they're fine. They're just fine.
But one of them, Frank had to take.
I had to take.
Do we have a contestant?
Kathleen is on the phone.
Kathleen, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, Kathleen?
Well, I'm fine, but there's a cool breeze wafting past.
Sorry.
Kathleen, I'm going to give you one more chance to say. So what do you say, Frank? What's the name of this game, Frank Christ Presents?
They're fine. They're just fine.
So they're fine?
Oh, yes, I am. I'm fine. I'm just fine.
There you
Good
go.
to hear. Good to hear.
There
Yeah.
you go, Kathleen. That's perfect. Perfect. You
right.
you know how the game goes, Kathleen. I'm going to read you 4 people. One of them has been claimed by Frank. The other 3 are
they're fine.
Yeah,
They're just fine.
they're just fine. These particular celebrities or famous people, Kathleen, are all men who have walked on the moon.
Our precious astronaut celebrities.
Right. All right. These are 4 different men who have walked on the moon. The first one, or A, is Alan Bean. He was the 4th person to ever walk on the moon. That's Alan Bean. Number 2 is Buzz Aldrin. He was the first person, along with Neil Armstrong, to walk on the moon. Number 3 is Charles Duke. He was the 10th astronaut to walk on the moon. And the final one is Harrison Schmitt. He was the very last person to walk on the moon. So of those 4, which one do you think has been taken away by Frank Christ?
I should know this, but I don't.
Are
I'm
you
gonna
an
say
astronaut,
Buzz.
Kathleen? Is that?
I'm not, but I am a human that should know about history.
That's right.
Yes. Okay, I'm picking Buzz.
Buzz Aldrin? No,
I
I'm
am.
sorry. I'm sorry,
He's
Kathleen.
fine. He's just fine. He's punching people.
Buzz Aldrin he is the oldest of those 4.
Oh, he's so grumpy.
He's 92 years old.
He's on my list.
But he's still there. I'm going to give you one more chance, okay, Kathleen?
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
You get to pick which one of these people has gone to the River Styx with Frank. Is it Alan Bean or Charles Duke and Harrison Schmitt?
I will pick Alan Bean.
That's absolutely correct.
Whoa.
You got it on the second try. Alan Bean, the 4th person to walk on the moon. He died in 2018 at the age of 86. And just
I shouldn't cheer for that, but you know.
Well, sure you could. Just for your information, Charles Duke is 86 years old, and Harrison Schmitt is also 86 years old. And that damn Buzz Aldrin, he's never going to die. He's 92.
He's too ornery. He's hard to catch.
Yeah.
All right.
Tough one.
He is. Kathleen, what did Kathleen win?
For correctly guessing who's 6 feet under, Kathleen is scoring Pride Under Lights tickets. It's the first ever Living Planet Aquarium Pride Under Lights celebrating diversity and the LGBTQ plus community. You can join us at the Living Planet Aquarium this Friday, June 25th at 7 p.m. to celebrate.
Come and see me, Kathleen. I'll be there from 5 to 7, okay?
Okay, I will. Thanks. I'm so excited.
All right. Hang on the line, Kathleen, and a very nice person will come on and tell you how to get your prize.
Well, you know what they say?
What's
they never
that,
remember the name of the second person who walks on the moon.
Yeah, I don't remember who that is.
Exactly.
I don't know.
Well, I'll be off. Has anyone seen Chris Christopherson?
Wait a minute. How?
86 today.
Oh, he looks every bit of that, too.
Every mile.
Yeah.
Todd Rundgren? 74.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Lindsay Wagner, the bionic woman.
Oh, you can't take her.
73. She'll jump right away from
Yeah,
me.
she's bionic.
Yes.
All right. Goodbye, Frank.
Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
He goes on his electric scooter. I don't know how he does it. It goes right through the window without breaking the glass and then just disappears into the sky.
Well, he's a mystical being.
Jeez.
And
Oh,
so-
there's a little trail of look. There's a little contrail behind him.
And his little chariot would be mystical as well.
Yeah.
We should look into the fumes that's putting out.
Yeah, that's
Meryl Streep, 73. Okay.
Mrs. Gummer.
Mrs. Gummer. That's right.
That's her married name, Gummer.
Her daughter is a good actress.
Yeah, she's
Really
goes
good.
by the name Gummer.
Yeah.
But I forget her
I
first
can't
name.
remember her first name, but every time I see her, she's excellent in everything that she's in.
She did a lot of Wrigley Spearmint gum commercials.
Oh, I
No,
should have known that.
Yeah.
Should you?
No.
I didn't think so.
Stupid joke.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. We got Big Boy News and a Pinuendo coming up. Stand by for that. Also, our concert calendar with our friend Trent Falcone coming up. Stand by for all of that. Wendy's for breakfast and late nights. Well, all the time, really. But we're going to talk about specifically breakfast and late nights right now. You need to download that Wendy's app. Very easy to use. It's free. You just got to register and all of that stuff, and then you can use it to make your orders. And this deal I'm going to tell you about is available only when you use the app. If you just pull up to the drive-up and ask for it, they're going to say, I don't know. It's in the app. 2 for $3 mix and match deal in the Wendy's app. Mix and match 2 great breakfast items. Your choice of the sausage, bacon, or egg and cheese biscuit, or the sausage, bacon, egg, Swiss croissant for just $3. I like the sausage myself. The Wendy's sausage is seasoned perfectly. So use the app to order those sandwiches, and you'll get that special deal. Also, while you're cruising around late at night, you get a little snacky, a little hungry. You get the hot and crispy French fries at Wendy's. They are preferred over McDonald's, almost 2 to 1. They're also guaranteed to be hot and crispy. So if you get some that are not hot and crispy, they will make you some that are, in fact, hot and crispy. It's Wendy's.
I have to go over to the stairwell here and tell Chainsaw Guy that we're ready for him.
To come over?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so
All
I'll do that.
So this is usually it's a best question of the week, but this week it's Chainsaw Guy is going to be answering questions from you, our listeners. So Katie has some emailed with Chainsaw Guy. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm right here, ready to go.
All right. Well, then let's start.
Hey, wait, who's that?
That's Katie.
Oh, hey, Katie.
Long time no see.
I love Katie. You love haunted houses, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Well, we've worked together, actually, Katie. I was the chainsaw guy at your haunted house when you worked over there at the Nightmare on 13th.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Well, I got a couple questions for you, sir.
Okay.
So this one comes from Derek. It says, I know everyone is sick of hearing about COVID and the issues of mask wearing, but you being a person who wears a mask that I would assume would wear it always, what do you have to say to those people who believe this ridiculous idea that people cannot function normally with masks on?
Well, I don't know about functioning normally, but I know that mask wearing is very important. Because I guess people are going on, and I guess if you find out an apple and you start poking your eye down with something, or if you don't poke your eye down with something, you might hit the ball. You gotta be careful. Watch it and talk. You'll better put your sort of, and then you do what it's gonna happen. Get anywhere, we can have a chat. You can, I don't know. But you've got to be careful. And let's just be very careful. And watch out for the build-up of mold.
Oh.
Build-up of mold. Mold. Okay. Behind the mask, you get some mold occasionally.
Okay. All right. All right, I got another question then.
What?
So, what sort of advice could you give a guy who spent all of his rent money on lottery tickets, and now that rent is coming up and all of his money is in Chevron, he has no idea what to do?
Tough. Next question. I don't have anything to say like that. Come on.
You don't have anything to say
No,
about that?
never.
No?
No.
That's it?
You gotta build up a bold.
All right, final question, sir.
Okay, I'm ready. Wait a minute.
Do you have a favorite chili recipe?
Do I ever? I'm telling you, what you do is you take a candle and you get your candle to them. And then, lay up on them and don't turn them to the... And then you take a candle and... And then take a... My favorite recipe is that candle. And then you have... And then take a bag of food on and empty them. And then it's a Denison's. Delicious. Denison's.
All right.
Canned chili.
Well, Chainsaw Guy, I know you've been super busy. This is your busy time of year, and for you to take just a few minutes with us every year at Halloween, it doesn't feel like Halloween unless we talk to you, and you are always so helpful and have great advice.
Well, thank you. I've got to go back and work on... I'm remodeling my rec room, you know.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I got to go back and work on that. I built this display case for all of my old Playboy magazines, and now I'm going to build a little rack where I can where I put all my Perry Como records.
Perry Como
Perry
records.
Como. Listen, you put on a Perry Como and open a Playboy. Can of Denison's and I'm set.
Okay.
See you later.
Happy Halloween,
Happy
Chainsaw Guy.
Halloween, sir.
Okay, Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by
Tim Daly has new arrivals daily in pre-owned selection, over 1,200 used vehicles to choose from, all makes, all models. Think forever warranty. Think Tim Daly.
Fox News host Tucker Carlson largely ignored Tuesday's explosive developments during the January 6th House Select Committee and instead continued his attacks on Stephen Colbert.
Still.
Now, Colbert's team, a team of writers led by Robert Smigel, was arrested at the Congressional Office Building on last Thursday. And Carlson called those antics an attack on democracy. Carlson, who said that the entry was an insurrection and exactly what happened on January 6th, and asked why the Late Show crew didn't see similar consequences compared to those of the rioters who attempted to overthrow the 2020 presidential election by attacking the U.S. Capitol, in which a person died, I would point out. CBS, in a statement to The Hollywood Reporter, said that the 7-person crew, a group that included Robert Smigel, the voice of Triumph, the insult comic dog, was therefore, quote, authorized and pre-arranged interviews.
Yes. They were invited.
And after a final interview, they were in the halls to continue filming before their arrest. Now, I'm guessing that they did the prearranged interviews and then they decided, well, we're going to just do a little bit more and maybe even see if we can get kind of arrested or...
I don't even think that was their intention at all.
But at any rate, Carlson, on an episode of his show, claimed that the crew's objective was to, quote, break into, harass lawmakers, and disrupt congressional business in the building.
No.
All 7 of them were charged with unlawful entry, Carlson said.
No, you're lying.
That's the identical charge that hundreds of January 6th defendants have been prosecuted for. But unlike the January 6th defendants, Colbert's employees were not sent to the D.C. jail for a year and a half. No, they were released after a night behind bars, and they fled back to New York. Why is that?
You know, your audience is just dumb enough to maybe believe you.
Carlson also asked, what Colbert's crew did, how was that different?
Because
from
they
the
called
rioters?
ahead, they prearranged, they had appointments, they were invited.
Carlson said, well, Stephen Colbert has addressed it.
Yeah, we played that back yesterday.
Yeah. I like Colbert says, my staffers, including a cigar-chomping dog, is to compare them to the Capitol attackers is shameful and grotesque. There were people who died in that attack.
Yes.
And it obscenely trivializes the service and the courage that the Capitol Police showed on that terrible day. I'm stunned. I'm really stunned because people will go, yeah.
They will. His mouth breathing masses that watch him.
It may not be Beverly Hills 90210, but one Utah zip code is feeling a little hot lately.
Wow.
And it's got nothing to do with the weather either, Cha-Cha. That was an old reference, wasn't it? Hey, Cha-Cha. The Lehigh neighborhood, repping the 84043 zip code, has been named one of the hottest in the entire country for the first half of 2022. In Open Doors' latest rankings, released Tuesday, Lehigh placed 13th overall and was heralded as one of America's fastest-growing cities for the online real estate company. Lehigh is a bona fide hub for the tech industry, one of the oldest settled communities in Utah, and it is now nicknamed Silicon Slope due to the area surrounding Lehigh hosting offices for tech giants like Microsoft, Adobe, Micron, and Ancestry.com. The rapid expansion has not detracted from the very nice suburban feel, the myriad parks and beautiful mountainous backdrop.
The swingers.
30 minutes from the Salt Lake International Airport, Lehigh is an ideal balance between a bustling city and the outdoors, a combination coveted by many remote workers and millennials. The rankings were created with data from local listing services that where Open Door operates.
And it's doing so well because of all the affordable housing that they're building there and everywhere else, right?
Maybe not.
No.
Robert Gerke's column today.
Yeah.
Arizona House Speaker Rusty Bowers believes the U.S. Constitution is inspired by God. Utah Senator Mike Lee has said repeatedly in the past that he believes the same thing. It is a core teaching in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the faith that the two men share. Bowers and Lee belong to the Republican Party, and both men took an oath to protect and defend the country's founding document. And yet their actions, as Donald Trump and his allies tried to overturn the 2020 presidential election, could not have been more different.
Yep.
On Tuesday, Mr. Bowers, Rusty Bowers, laid out how the former president, Trump's attorneys, and Trump supporters exerted withering pressure on the Arizona House Speaker to convene hearings and appoint an alternate slate of electors, which would have had no standing, no bearing, but contrary to the results of the Arizona election, that would allegedly help overturn the results of the presidential election. And because there wasn't a single shred of evidence that there was an election fraud in Arizona, Mr. Bowers, a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, said, I would not defy my oath. It is a tenet of my faith that the Constitution is divinely inspired, one of my most basic foundational beliefs, he said. So for me to do that just because someone asked me to is foreign to my very being. I will not do it. For standing up for the facts, the law, and his faith, Bowers incurred the wrath of Trump loyalists. The Arizona Republican told the Select Committee that people would protest outside of his home, upsetting his daughter, who Bowers said was gravely ill. A truck with a video display claiming that he is a pedophile would drive up and down the street. Hostile pamphlets were left on his doorstep. A man carrying a pistol and wearing a T-shirt with 3%ers militia logo on it confronted one of his neighbors. Bowers testified about all of this yesterday, and What does Mike Lee have to say about all of this? He promoted the alternative elector theory.
Yes, he did.
Hatched by attorney John Eastman, which alleged that lawmakers in states Joe Biden won could simply appoint an alternate slate that then Vice President Mike Pence could choose to recognize, overturning the rightful outcome of the election.
They knew this was unconstitutional, but they did it anyway, hoping to buy time.
It was that scheme that was aggressively pushed on state lawmakers like Bowers and other legislators by Trump. In the days before the insurrection, Trump was promoting the alternate elector theory and took a shot at Lee at a rally in Georgia. The senator's feelings appeared to have been hurt. And Mike Lee told Mark Meadows, the chief of staff, that he'd been spending 14 hours a day for the last week trying to unravel this. At the same time, Lee was desperately trying to save the presidency for the man he once compared to the Book of Mormon's Captain Moroni.
That's right. You knew it was bull, Mike. You knew it was a lie.
Get him out.
And Mike Lee is not an honorable man.
No,
by
at all.
any way.
He's the
In
opposite.
any way.
Weather.
Weather. Like we've been talking about all morning, it is summer, and it will stay that way the next 7 days. Lows of 60s, highs of 90s, basically your next 5 days in front of you. Maybe a little clouds here and there, but go enjoy it while, things are alive and green, because it will not be that way for, very long.
What, are things going to become dead and brown?
Have you seen our water reservoirs? Have you seen all the...
Listen, a lawn is overrated anyway.
It's true. That is 100% true, but the mountains are going to turn a nice shade of brown here in a month or two.
We got our concert calendar coming up after this.
Hey, I'm Marcy. I'm thinking we should hang out together. I'm going to give you the first of two different...
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we join our elders as they are drawn to a mysterious, uncharted planet.
Are you sure the weird booming voice in your head said that this was the planet?
Yeah, this is the place.
I'm getting no signs of life on this planet anywhere. Just some weird power source in a cavern well beneath the surface.
Well, we better check it out.
Wow, cool cavern. Hey, Lehi, look. Lava lamps. Keen, huh?
Hey, Butch, you shouldn't mess around with stuff that's not ours.
Put me down.
Who said that?
It came from the lava lamp.
That is not a lava lamp. It is my receptacle. I am Calgon. Welcome to our world.
Sorry. Well, who's in the other receptacle?
That is my son, Polygon. We have resided here for 50,000 years, waiting for someone to come.
Hi, I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
And we heard you call, and we're here to offer any assistance we can. How did you guys end up in these receptacle thingies anyway?
We were a proud people, so technically advanced that we would be considered gods by your standards. We could have made an operational hyperbike the size of a walnut.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Wouldn't be very useful, though.
Centuries ago, our world was ravaged by war. We saw our own destruction and designed this cave to ensure the survival of our species. Of all the great minds of our world, only my son and I have survived.
Well, what do you want from us? A chance to hear the first discussion?
After 50,000 years, we wish to borrow your bodies so that we may get out and stretch our legs.
Oh, and what would happen to us?
You would occupy our receptacles during our short stay in your bodies.
Oh, hey, no way. How do we know you guys even have legs?
Come on, Butch, it'll be fun. Besides, we're here to help people.
And what guarantee do we have that you won't leave us stranded in these receptacles for the next 50,000 years?
I promise. Cross my heart.
Well, we'll have to take your word for that. Okay, we'll do it. Oh, Father, I had forgotten what it was like to breathe the air. We have been in the receptacles for far too long.
Yes, my son, far too long. I can't wait to have a cup of coffee.
Not in my body, you don't.
And I want to get a Slurpee and give myself brain freeze.
Oh, I hate brain freeze. Hey, time's up. Get back in your receptacle.
Have Butch and Lehigh been cheated out of their bodies? Could our elders baptize a receptacle? Are they waterproof or do they float? Will Lehigh's body get its first taste of coffee? Can Butch survive a bad case of brain freeze? Tune in next time to hear Calgon say...
Well, my son, we gave our word. It is now time to surrender their bodies and return to our receptacle.
No way! I haven't even gotten to play Nintendo yet. You just want to give them back their bodies because I got the good-looking one.
Oh, how true.
On the next hip-dislocating episode of Space Elders!
Want to get Trent on the phone here.
Trent Falcone, are you there?
There he is.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
Fine. How's the family?
The family's doing very well also. How's your family?
Well, we're hanging in there, trying to like each other still.
Yeah, I think that's a universal theme right now.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Trent Falcone, of course, with Live Nation, and an old colleague of ours, Trent, worked for us a long time ago, with us.
Well, many years ago.
But he's gone on to bigger and better things than we ever did. He gets to go to all the shows. What do you got coming up with Live Nation?
Lots going on, as usual.
Yeah.
So we'll start with some on sales coming up this week. So announced this week, on sale this Friday, we have Santa Gold at the Complex. That's November 10th. We have I Prevail at the Complex on November 2nd. Kalani is September 7th, also at the Complex. And then In This Moment, October 15th, also at the Complex. They go on sale Friday, 10 a.m. But the big one, and probably for this one is for Bill.
Yeah.
Turnstile.
Oh, you
at
have.
the Complex, October 28th. I believe that might be an X96 Presents, but I'm not sure.
I like it.
And then moving on to shows, we've got Giovanni and the Hired Guns at the Urban Lounge. That's tomorrow night. That's a 21 plus. And finally, after many, I believe 2 or 3 dates that we've moved the dates, Ryan Hamilton at Kingsbury Hall, stand-up comic. There are 3 shows. Friday, it's 8 p.m. show, and then a 7 p.m. show and a 9:30 p.m. show on Saturday night, again, Kingsbury Hall. And then, some big news, was supposed to be tomorrow night, Chris Stapleton, the All-American Road Show at USANA Amphitheater, also a date that's been moved a few times, is now July 1st. A new date for that, July 1st.
As far as we know.
So tickets will be honored. As far as we know, tickets will be honored. And then next week, another heavy hitter, Santana and Earth, Wind and Fire.
Wow.
At USANA Amphitheater. Yeah, another just legendary groups.
I would love to see
wrap all this up.
Earth, Wind and Fire. They're just great.
You know what? If you would like to come, let's talk off air, and we'd love to have you.
Okay.
I'm happy to have you out there.
All right.
And so we will do some giveaways. As always, we've got 2 tickets to Giovanni and the Hired Guns, which is a 21 plus, and a pair of tickets to Ryan Hamilton, the 9:30 show on Saturday.
Nice.
We will give away a pair of tickets to the new Chris Stapleton date. That's July 1st at USANA Amphitheater. And then, Bill, this one's for you.
Yeah?
If somebody actually knows the words to September from Earth, Wind, and Fire, if they can actually tell you the words, we'll do a pair of Chris Seltzer Uinta Brewing Party Deck tickets for Santana and Earth, Wind, and Fire.
That's the way to go.
All right, if you get just some of the lyrics, if you...
I feel like if you can say anything other than just September, you should probably get the lyrics.
Or on and on and on and on. That's all I can remember.
Right. That's about it.
Do it to Miriam or Katie's satisfaction. That's how you'll get them.
What night of the week is that? You know,
It's
Trent,
Tuesday, I
offhand?
believe.
On June 28th?
For which one?
The June
Earth, Wind, and
28th.
Fire.
Earth, Wind, and Fire.
It's Tuesday.
That's Tuesday night.
Oh, well. That's school
It's
night.
past your bedtime, isn't it?
Yes, it
Yeah.
is. Yeah.
Well, if you change your mind, let me know. We'd love to have you.
All right. Thank you, Trent. We'll give away those tickets. It is always nice to hear from you. Live Nation shows aplenty. Is there a website you'd like to direct people to?
Always livenation.com for any of the shows.
All right. Thank you, Trent.
Thank you very much, sir.
Talk to you guys soon. Thanks.
Bye-bye. What else do we have on our community calendar? Oh, hi, Katie. There you go.
There we go. I can
This
hear
works
myself
better
now.
when I turn it on.
It does. People can hear me. So on our agenda, we've got concerts in the park going on, Wednesday night concert series at Gallivan Center, but our very own Bill Frost's Magna Vega is going to be performing with the Violent Tempers at Ace's High Saloon this Friday.
Right there, see? Magna Vega on my water bottle.
On your water bottle. We also have Third Eye Blind and Taking Back Sunday coming to Sandy Amphitheater on Saturday the 25th. Pride Under the Lights, like we've been giving away for tickets for that at the Living Planet Aquarium, is happening Saturday as well.
I'll be there from 5 to 7, saying hi and giving stuff away.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of the pre-show.
Yeah, go say hi to Bill. Real Salt Lake is taking on the Bananas, a.k.a. Columbus Crew, on June 25th, which is Saturday at Rio Tinto Stadium. And then, of course, the big Utah Arts Festival is happening. Of course, I'm going to be there, going on from the 23rd through the 26th at Library Square in downtown Salt Lake City.
Oh, that starts tomorrow.
It starts tomorrow. I'm so excited because I need a new coffee mug badly. Like the nice ones, the really nice ceramic ones that are custom made. I have a bajillion and a half coffee mugs, but I want a nice one. And then, of course, the farmers markets are going on. Wheeler Farm on Sundays from 9 to 1. Downtown on Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. And Liberty Park on Thursdays from 4 p.m. to dusk. And then, of course, you got the Ninth West one on Sundays as well from 10 a.m. to 2. And Jurassic Park City's going on if you want to go see that in the Off-Broadway Theater to see some live dinosaurs. But that's pretty much everything you got going on.
Live dinosaurs?
Well, okay.
What?
Life-size dinosaurs. What I would give to be like in a weird back situation and have real dinosaurs around.
No, you wouldn't like that.
I would happily be eaten by a dinosaur. If that's how I go, I'm cool with it, to be honest. But
Well, if that fast food commercial I saw last night is true, then there's a chance.
You're right. The Raptors, yeah. But that's our concert and community calendar going on this weekend.
Thank you very much.
Katie.
Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. All right. We will take a break. We will be back with some stuff. Crawling towards... Yeah, something will happen.
We got stuff.
Stand by. Brooklinen.com is the website. Don't miss out. Brooklinen's Summer Savings Event is almost here. The Summer Savings Event, 15% off site-wide. That will be kicking off very soon. So if you've gone shopping, brooklinen.com, and you thought to yourself, I just can't quite yet. Well, wait for the summer sale. It's happening very soon. 15% off of Summer Savings Event kicking off soon. If you are a warm sleeper, don't worry. Brooklinen's classic sheets, lightweight comforters help you stay comfy even on the hottest summer nights, and this will make you very happy. If you're always looking for the cool side of the pillow, Brooklinen's Marlowe pillow has cooling-infused memory foam, ventilated zippers, and breathable mesh to prevent heat retention and promote airflow all night long. Oh, you're going to want to look at that. Go to brooklinen.com. If you can't wait for the sale, you can still save right now. Go to brooklinen.com, and if you use the promo code X96, you'll get $20 off your purchase of $100 plus free shipping. That's BROOKLINEN.com, and the promo code X96.
What would our world look like? Enjoying a delicious piece of German chocolate cake pie.
Exactly.
That's kind of weird, Travis. Is Travis the pieman here?
Hi, everybody.
German chocolate cake pie.
Exactly.
We have an official pieman for the Radio from Hell show.
Gina, by the way, I brought you your pie.
Oh!
It's a pie in a box.
It's the McDonald's.
It's the pie that she will eat.
We know she'll eat that.
You're missing out.
It's the one thing I have in common with Donald Trump.
You're missing out. This is delicious.
It's delicious. It really is, Travis.
And also, Gina, since I couldn't get you pie, I got you something else.
What? Well, you got me pie right there.
See, Travis has got an...
Oh! Did he?
Yeah.
Travis has been making stickers.
Remain Seated podcast stickers?
Uh-huh.
I
Got the
love
graphic
it.
offline, was able to kind of jury-rig a setup for it. So you've got some for the computer, for the laptop, for your car, whatever you want to do.
I love it. Thank you.
Travis, is it an Etsy store? Or
it's an Etsy store called Pieman Graphics, or if you search Pieman Graphics on Twitter, it now pulls up links that'll take you right where you need to go.
You know, Gina, that those stickers have beard hair in them.
Do they?
Yeah, probably.
That's okay. I'm not going to eat them.
I try to pick them out, but picking out the beard hair makes it artisanal.
This pie has beard hair in it, and it's delicious. It's just delicious.
Well, my boys helped me with this one, and, the 11-year-olds.
Yeah, Travis sells stickers on his Etsy site.
That's awesome.
He's been selling Geek Show stickers.
Now, Travis, you it's Pi Day,
right?
What do you know about the mathematical symbol of pi? Anything?
It's the magical number that lets you calculate many things in geometry. The time that they actually celebrate it today, or at least the big math geeks celebrate it today, is today at 1:59 p.m. because then you get 3.14159, which are the first numbers of pi.
Wow.
I know.
Okay.
It's really, you can get really geeky on this.
So there's going to be math geeks at the bar at that time?
At that exact time, they'll all raise a glass and they'll be good. And and there's little math things they come up with too, where they say that, since there's 360 degrees in a circle, if you go to the 359th position of pi, there's 360 right there.
If I understood math better, apparently it is this magical thing that you can calculate all kinds of things.
It's an exact proportion that they figure is like a magic number throughout the universe. It helps things work. But we kind of adopted it too, is instead of just being pi as in the number, it's pi as in pie. Also, pizza today is big. I think Pie Pizzeria usually does some kind of special thing, or all the other pizza chains will do something special. I don't recognize the National Pie Day that they had back in January. Or February.
We tried to call you out on that day, and
it's just like Valentine's Day. It's a setup day where Big Pastry comes out and wants to sell pie.
Big pastry.
Big pastry. They tried to co-opt it.
Exactly.
Right.
There's only two pie holidays that I celebrate, and that is Pie Day and Pie and Beer Day on the 24th.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because nothing's better than a fresh raspberry pie and a Pilsner.
Travis, I know you also have you lost your job some time ago. I don't know what you weren't fired, but it was
I'm no longer employed.
Yeah.
And so right now I'm looking for anything that's either integration or
What is
implementation.
what is integration?
I do a lot of software.
Okay.
And basically it's taking large groups of software pieces or hardware pieces and putting it together for major companies.
Okay.
So I do integrations, implementation, support. So
if anybody has something like that and wants an employee that can bring pie on potluck day,
exactly, lots of pie.
That's
he's a great pie maker, and he knows how to do big software jobs. Travis, how do they get a hold of you?
They can just email me at travislynnjohnson@gmail.com.
Okay. And Raul down on the border, send us in the chat room a picture of one of your Trump stickers on his computer, I think.
Yeah, I have a copy of the balloon Trump. The big balloon that they were
the
running
big
around
fat
England, and they brought it over to Los Angeles and into New Jersey. Yeah, I sell those on the site
So,
too.
Pie Man Graphics.
Well,
All right.
thanks. I just
Delicious.
devoured the pie. One slice is enough. It's very sweet, but man, it's delicious. Thank you, Travis.
No problem at all. Have a good one.
Have a good pie day.
You too.
I'm really excited to. I was worried about not being able to get fudge from my usual sources, but apparently I can get
Your
fudge
usual
online.
fudge
Well, you know, at the
source?
I like to go around to holiday boutiques, you know, and buy my Christmas fudge. And
But since normal fudge tunnels have been closed these years,
that's true. And but apparently I can get my holiday fudge, and I'm hoping Pinoche as well. Online fudge, I think is.
But is it local fudge?
Yes.
Because you want the local fudge. You don't want.
I think there's a way I can get local fudge online. That's what I'm hoping. But you know, I like to go around to the holiday boutiques, and I'll buy some thumbprint cookies, and you know, holiday fudge.
Do you like nuts in your fudge, or are you just straight ahead fudge?
I like corn. I'm sorry.
We're just gonna leave you hanging there on that one.
Yeah,
We're
I'm
just gonna
sorry.
let you-
I don't know. That was terrible.
We're
I'm
just
sorry.
gonna let you.
There's
No,
a body in the street, and we're walking away from it. That's just,
No, nutty fudge. Nutty fudge is okay. Yeah, just don't overdo it with the nuts and the fudge. But I don't understand fudge.
You've been going on and on about it, and you don't get it.
I don't understand it. It's like you're eating a giant square of frosting,
yeah.
right? I
It's for people who don't like brownies.
You can't eat a lot of fudge. Fudge is like a
it's like that much.
Side
you know.
tiny.
It's like a mouthful, and
Yeah.
that's all you need.
you know, there's fudge in the Biden White House. Yeah. Let's see. Well, I gotta
You mean there
find
will
out.
be? Because
There
there's not a
will
Biden
be.
White House
Well,
yet.
in the cabinet.
There's the promise of fudge.
There is fudge in the cabinet, in Biden's cabinet.
There's a director or secretary of?
Marsha Louise Fudge.
Oh, okay.
She's an American politician. She's in the House of Representatives, but I think she's been asked by Biden to be Agriculture Secretary.
Well, that's perfect. Although
Fudge for
isn't
agriculture.
something you farm.
Well,
No.
in my case, it is.
Well, no, it's mined, isn't it? So,
Yeah, got a fudge mine.
mining for fudge.
Yeah, drill for it sometimes.
In the fudge caves.
You can either drill for it or mine for it.
Oh, there's a cave. There's caves.
There are fudge caves, yeah.
Yes.
Those are very, very rare, but that's natural fudge. It's hard
That's the best kind.
hard to
Are
find.
we done yet with this?
Well, and you know they have the special containers called fudgeware that they pack it in, and that's all I'm saying.
Now,
about that.
now we're walking away from the body that you are in the street.
I am out.
I make one corn comment.
I'm out.
Mine was a little bit more subtle. All right.
Yeah, sure was.
It was.
All
right.
Sugar Cubes.
York.
Hit.
I like
the name of the song.
I like that.
Well, we just have enough time to do the promo as soon as it gets to
I,
us and get out of here.
I was at Smith's yesterday.
Yeah.
Up in the avenues, and I wanted some dill, and they didn't have any. They said, "Well, we don't have any dill. I'm sorry, we're out. We didn't get any in our shipment." I said, "Well, okay." So I'm shopping around the store, doing other stuff, and all of a sudden, one of the produce guys comes up behind me and said, "I found a little bit of dill in the back."
Where?
And it was in a little plastic bag. You know, not a package, but he'd put it in a plastic bag. He said, "Is that enough? You can just have this if you want." And I thought that was just really nice.
Surprise dill.
Yeah.
Secret
nice.
dill.
It was very nice.
Okay.
Do we have a new promo?
I'm not seeing it.
We don't.
Katie's trying to send it.
I don't. We could just. There it is.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Real Thursday promo.
Yeah.
Not the Wednesday promo.
No.
Right? Okay.
You ready?
I guess.
Coming up on Thursday's Radio from Hell show.
Well, it's 7:45. It's back. Hello. Yeah. What? So be ready to call in and chat with us. Then at 8:45, our good friend Bob Pickle, that's Robert Gerke to you, will join us.
And of course, there will be more on Thursday's Radio from Hell show, X96. All right. Fine job as always, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches. My mouth.
Don't you know who I am?
Remember who you are and what you stand more. I don't know.